What if the wisdom that could change the course of a kingdom was hidden within the heart of a single fateful encounter? In a land where power and betrayal lurked in every shadow, King Solomon reigned as a beacon of unmatched intellect and profound mystery. Yet, his throne, gilded with splendor, stood precariously on the brink of chaos. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the opulent halls of his palace, each flickering torchlight illuminating whispers of discontent that echoed like the distant clash of swords. As the cool evening breeze swept through Jerusalem's bustling streets, a stranger approached, a figure cloaked in secrets, with eyes that sparkled like rare jewels. What knowledge did this enigmatic visitor bring? Would it save or condemn the kingdom? Solomon, known for his unparalleled judgment, awaited this moment with a pulse quickening in his chest. The weight of his decisions bore down on him, heavy as the crown resting on his brow. Would he wield his famed wisdom, or would he falter, ushering in his kingdom's decline? The air thickened with tension as the stranger revealed a riddle, a cryptic challenge that promised to unveil the very essence of truth itself. Solomon's heart raced. He could sense the stakes rising dangerously high. Would he decipher the enigma, or would his failure lead to an unraveling of loyalty and love? The question hung in the air like a storm cloud, pregnant with the potential for disaster. Every soul in the palace awaited the outcome, their fates intertwined in this pivotal moment, while outside, the world continued its relentless march toward uncertainty. Meanwhile, dark forces conspired in the shadows. Rivals plotted to seize the throne, their ambitions cloaked in the guise of friendship. Unbeknownst to Solomon, those closest to him carried daggers veiled beneath silken robes. The familiar faces of his trusted advisors became masks for betrayal, their loyalty fraying like a worn tapestry threatened by the flames of greed. Was his wisdom enough to shield him from the treachery that lay in wait? As the riddle unfolded, Solomon's thoughts raced through the annals of his reign. The construction of the magnificent temple, the awe-inspiring visit from the Queen of Sheba, the burdens of his many alliances, and the chilling whispers of the dark temptations that danced around his heart. Each memory was a thread woven into the fabric of his legacy. Yet now it was all imperiled by a single moment of choice. With each heartbeat, the stakes climbed higher, and the weight of the crown felt as if it might crush him. Would he remain the revered monarch, or would he become a cautionary tale, a king lost to his own brilliance? For every choice carved a path toward destiny, one that could either illuminate the kingdom or plunge it into eternal darkness. The echoes of history resonated, poised to reveal a story of wisdom, folly, and the haunting truth of what power truly costs. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the rugged landscape of the ancient Near East. Dust swirled in the air as merchants hawked their wares, their voices blending into a cacophony that vibrated through the bustling streets. The scent of spices mingled with the sound of laughter, but beneath the surface, tension simmered, an unyielding current that shaped destinies. Here, amidst the lively chatter and the clanging of metal, stories of triumph, despair, and faith were woven into the very fabric of life. In this world, kingdoms rose and fell like the tides, each one leaving a mark, a scar or a blessing, on the land and its people. As the powerful Assyrians marched across the plains, their armies casting long shadows over neighboring lands, the Israelites looked on with a mix of fear and determination. The echoes of their past whispered through the valleys, tales of battles fought and victories won, but also the haunting memories of exile and oppression. The people of Israel clung to their identity, their covenant with God a flickering flame in the face of overwhelming odds. Amidst this storm of uncertainty and shifting allegiances, a vision began to take root. The Israelites desired a king, a leader to unite them and guide them through the chaos, someone who could stand against the encroaching empires and restore their faith in a brighter future. They longed for a powerful figure, one who could embody their hopes and dreams. But the quest for a king was fraught with peril, for they had already tasted the bitterness of tyranny and oppression. The murmurs of discontent reached the ears of Samuel, a prophet burdened by the weight of his people's cries. With a heavy heart, he sought counsel from God, who spoke with a voice like thunder, warning of the consequences that a monarchy could bring. Yet the Israelites were resolute, their desperation clouding their judgment. They believed in the promise of a king, a savior who could lead them to glory. This pivotal moment set the stage for the birth of a monarchy that would forever change the course of their history. And so, the story of Saul unfolded, a man chosen not for his nobility but for his strength. Towering and imposing, he was the embodiment of the warrior king the Israelites craved. As he stood before the gathered tribes, the weight of expectation loomed heavily upon him. Would he rise to the occasion or crumble under the burden of the crown? The air was thick with anticipation as Samuel anointed Saul, the oil glistening like liquid gold as it dripped from his fingertips. A new era dawned, yet shadows lurked, waiting for the moment to strike. Saul's reign was a tumultuous dance, a blend of brilliant victories and heartbreaking failures. The clashing of swords rang out across the battlefield, each clash resonating with the hopes of the people. He led his troops into battle against the fierce Philistines, their war cries echoing through the hills. In those moments of glory, the Israelites rallied around him, their chants ringing like a battle hymn, invigorating their spirits. Yet, as triumphs piled upon each other, so too did the seeds of doubt begin to sprout in the fertile soil of his mind. Fear began to twist Saul's heart, a dark shadow creeping into his once noble spirit. The whispers of jealousy and paranoia slithered around him, feeding the insecurities that gnawed at his soul. The rise of David, a mere shepherd boy, ignited a fire of rage within him. David's bravery, his skill in battle, and his connection to the divine were a stark reminder of the very qualities Saul felt slipping away. As David's fame grew, Saul's heart hardened, turning love into obsession, admiration into fear. The tension that crackled in the air was palpable as Saul hunted David like an animal, relentless in his pursuit. Hideouts turned into sanctuaries, and caves became homes to the fugitive who harbored the dreams of an entire nation. Every echo of footsteps sent jolts of adrenaline through David's veins, each brush with death a testament to his resolve. He became a symbol of hope for those who longed for a leader who would not only unite them but also lead them back to faith. Meanwhile, the cries of the oppressed echoed through the mountains, weaving tales of betrayal and loss. The fragile threads of loyalty stretched thin as Saul's isolation deepened. The weight of his crown grew heavier, adorned with the thorns of his own making. Visions danced before him of glory, of a united Israel. Yet the reality was a fractured kingdom teetering on the brink of collapse. The once vibrant laughter of his people faded into whispers of disillusionment, a haunting reminder of what could have been. As Saul's grip on power weakened, the tides shifted. The moment of reckoning approached, and the weight of choices made would soon crash down like a tempest. While David gathered followers, men of valor and faith, the kingdom stood divided, a precarious balance of loyalty and betrayal. It was a time when friendships shattered and bloodlines were tested. This was a world where the ancient gods were still worshipped, and the land itself seemed to breathe with the weight of its history. The very soil was stained with the sacrifices of those who had come before, prophets, warriors, and kings. Each stone had a story to tell, each hill a witness to the struggles of a people yearning for a place in a world that often seemed indifferent to their plight. The air crackled with a sense of inevitability as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land. The dawn of a new chapter loomed on the horizon, filled with promise and peril. The threads of fate intertwined, each decision echoing through time, shaping the destiny of a nation standing at the crossroads of history. The clash between Saul and David was no mere struggle for power. It was a battle for the very soul of Israel, a fight that would reverberate through generations, leaving echoes of hope and despair that would never fade away. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue across the ancient hills of Jerusalem. The city, bustling and vibrant, was alive with whispers of impending change. A heavy tension hung in the air, as if the very fabric of time was holding its breath. King David, once a shepherd boy who danced before the ark, now sat on his throne, his heart burdened by the weight of age and the aching knowledge of his mortality. The moment had come, a moment that would shift the tide of history. In the shadows of the palace, a flurry of activity was brewing. The gathering of elders, warriors, and prophets created an atmosphere thick with anticipation. Among them was Nathan the prophet, his eyes sparkling with divine purpose. He understood the gravity of what lay ahead. David must choose wisely, he murmured to himself, the words hanging in the air like a sacred incantation. The choice of a successor would determine not just the future of David's lineage, but the fate of an entire nation. David could feel the cool breeze on his face, as though the very Spirit of the Lord was whispering to him, urging him to make his decision. His mind wandered back to the days of his youth, to the moments when he stood before Goliath, fueled by faith and a heart full of fire. But now, faced with the question of who would take his place, he was engulfed in doubt. Would he choose Absalom, the dashing son with charm and ambition, or Adonijah, the eldest, whose pride often threatened to overshadow his judgment? As the sun sank lower, casting long shadows across the courtyard, a voice rang clear, breaking through David's troubled thoughts. Long live King Solomon! It was Bathsheba, the queen, her voice steady and unwavering. She stood resolute, the mother of the young man who would soon stand before the people as king. There was a fire in her eyes, a vision of a future where her son would reign with wisdom and strength. You promised, my lord, anoint him as your successor. The weight of her words settled heavily on David's heart. He had seen Solomon grow, had watched him grapple with the complexities of life. There was a gentleness in Solomon, a thirst for knowledge that rivaled the finest scholars. Yet the path ahead was fraught with peril. The kingdom was divided, and the shadows of rebellion threatened to rise. Would Solomon be strong enough to face them? With a heavy heart but a resolute spirit, David summoned Nathan and Bathsheba to his side. Bring me the anointing oil, the sacred oil of the Lord, he declared, his voice echoing in the stone chamber. As the golden vessel was presented, the air crackled with a palpable energy, a sense of divine approval embracing the moment. David's hand trembled as he took the oil, a symbol of God's favor sealing the fate of his son. Time seemed to slow, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. He turned to Solomon, his eyes filled with a mixture of pride and trepidation. The young man knelt before his father, the weight of expectation pressing down on him. Do not fear, my son, David whispered, his voice thick with emotion. You are chosen. As the oil flowed over Solomon's head, it shimmered in the fading light, a tangible sign that God's blessing was upon him. The onlookers gasped, their hearts racing at the sight of the divine anointing. In that moment, the air was thick with an electric charge, a shared realization that history was being written before their eyes. The moment of clarity was brief, however. The ground beneath them trembled with uncertainty. Rumblings of dissent echoed in the streets, filled with the voices of those who had long harbored ambitions of their own. Adonijah, spurred by a desire for power, was rallying his supporters. The kingdom was on the brink of chaos, and Solomon's reign was not yet solidified. But as David lifted Solomon to his feet, the room erupted in cheers. Long live King Solomon, they cried, their voices filled with hope and fear intertwined. Yet as the cheers echoed in his ears, Solomon felt a chill. The crown upon his head was not a symbol of glory but an anchor that threatened to pull him under. Would he rise to the call, or would he crumble before the weight of a kingdom? In the following days, whispers of rebellion grew louder. Adonijah, in a desperate bid for power, prepared a feast, inviting key figures to join him in a toast to his own kingship. Solomon, still reeling from the anointing, understood the challenge that lay ahead. He could hear the echoes of his father's words, "Be strong and courageous." As the sun broke free from the horizon, casting light upon the cobblestone streets of Jerusalem, the air saturated with tension. The fate of the kingdom hung in a delicate balance, each moment weighted with possibility. Solomon knew then that the mantle of kingship was not merely bestowed. It was earned through wisdom, courage, and the grace of God. The drums of war were beating in the distance, the cries of men prepared to defend their claim to the throne filling the air. The time for action was drawing near. Solomon, newly anointed, stood at the edge of an uncertain path, the legacy of his father behind him and the shadow of rebellion before him. With the mantle of kingship resting heavily upon his shoulders, Solomon took a deep breath, igniting a fierce resolve within. He would not be the king who ruled through fear. He would be the king who listened, who sought counsel from the wise and the humble. The anointing was just the beginning, a call to usher in a new era, where justice and wisdom would reign supreme. And so, as the sun rose higher in the sky, illuminating the faces of those who had gathered to witness history, Solomon stepped forward into his destiny, a young king poised to face the storm. The echoes of his anointing lingered in the air, a promise of divine favor that would guide him through the trials ahead. With every step, the kingdom shifted beneath him, a living tapestry woven with hopes, dreams, and the fierce desire for a future yet unwritten. In the muted glow of dawn, a soft cry broke the stillness of the royal palace in Jerusalem. The newborn's tiny fists waved in the air, and a hush fell over the bustling court. Solomon, the son of King David, had arrived into a world laden with expectation and intrigue. From the moment his first breath filled the air, whispers swirled among the attendants, the guards, and the wise men who served his father. His very name echoed with promise, a name that would one day ring through the ages. Raised in the shadow of greatness, young Solomon was more than just a prince. He was the product of a tumultuous lineage. His mother, Bathsheba, had once been a source of scandal, a woman whose beauty captivated the king and brought about great strife. The echoes of the past lingered around him, and Solomon felt the weight of history pressing down on his little shoulders. The laughter of children playing in the courtyard was a distant sound, muffled by the heavy tapestry of his family's legacy. At dusk, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Solomon would find himself nestled in his mother's lap, listening to the tales of his father, the mighty warrior who conquered foes and united tribes. Bathsheba's voice was soothing, yet within her words hid the sharp edges of caution. "You must be wise, my son. The crown is heavy, and there are those who would see you fail." Solomon would look up at her, wide-eyed, his heart pounding with the thrill of adventure and the fear of the unknown. The flickering candlelight danced across her face, casting shadows that seemed to come alive with stories of kings and their downfalls. He learned quickly that wisdom was not merely about knowledge. It was about understanding the human heart, about navigating the treacherous waters of loyalty and betrayal. As he grew, the court became his playground and his classroom. He would watch his father interact with the people, praising the brave, comforted the broken, and, at times, issuing stern reprimands to those who dared to cross him. David's laughter resonated like music, yet it was often followed by the chilling silence of a room full of tension. Solomon absorbed it all, the warmth and the cold, the light and the dark, with the curiosity of a sponge. His siblings were a mixture of companions and rivals, each vying for their father's affection. There was Absalom, the handsome, charismatic brother, who captivated hearts and harbored ambitions that would one day lead to betrayal. Then there was Adonijah, older and proud, who often teased Solomon, reminding him that he was the youngest and, therefore, the least favored. But Solomon held on to the dreams whispered into his ear by Bathsheba. "You will be wise, my son. You will build a temple." The tension within the court simmered like a pot on the verge of boiling. Solomon often found himself standing at the balcony overlooking the city, feeling the pulse of Jerusalem beneath his feet. The vibrant streets were filled with merchants, soldiers, and citizens, each carrying their stories, dreams, and fears. He was an observer, a thinker, absorbing every detail, every grain of wisdom hidden in the conversations around him. One afternoon, while wandering the gardens of the palace, Solomon stumbled upon Nathan, the prophet whose words were respected and revered. The old man was seated under a fig tree, deep in thought. Solomon approached him, curiosity sparking in his chest. Nathan looked up, a knowing smile forming on his lips. "Ah, young prince, come closer. Wisdom is not just in the words you speak, but in the questions you ask. They spent hours together, Nathan weaving tales of Israel's past, of God's covenant with David, and of the moral complexities that lay ahead. These lessons were not mere stories. They were threads that began to weave the fabric of Solomon's character. He learned that true strength lay in humility, that listening could be more powerful than speaking, and that the heart of a king must beat for his people. But the shadows of conflict loomed larger as the years passed. Jealousies and ambitions stirred restlessly among the princes of David. The noble court was not just a place of learning. It was a battleground for power. Solomon witnessed whispered plots, an exchange of glances filled with malice, and the heavy sighs of betrayal. It was a world where danger lurked just beyond the golden gates, and he knew that one misstep could change everything. On his 10th birthday, the court threw a grand feast in his honor. The halls were adorned with shimmering gold and rich tapestries, laughter and music filling the air. Yet, amidst the festivities, Solomon felt a twinge of unease. He watched as his brothers clinked their goblets, their smiles concealing thoughts that would never be spoken. The jubilant atmosphere felt like a mask, and he sensed the tension that rippled just beneath the surface. As the celebrations reached their peak, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. King David, with his formidable presence, stood to address his sons. His voice, strong and unwavering, rang out, "Let us remember the burden of the crown. It is not a gift, but a responsibility." Solomon's heart raced. In that moment, he understood that the path before him was not paved with glory alone, but with sacrifices that would demand the very essence of who he was. The feast continued, laughter echoing against the palace walls, yet Solomon's mind raced. He could see the glimmers of jealousy in his brother's eyes, the undercurrents of ambition pulling at the fabric of their family. The sweet taste of cake turned bitter in his mouth, and as the night wore on, he felt the shadows of uncertainty creeping closer. With each passing day, the young prince became a tapestry of wisdom and fear, a delicate balance between the need to be loved and the desire to uphold his father's legacy. As he lay in bed at night, the stars twinkling overhead, he pondered his future. What kind of king would he become? Would he be able to navigate the treacherous path before him, or would he fall victim to the very ambitions he watched unfold around him? Little did he know, the greatest test of his character was yet to come, a challenge that would shape not only his fate but the destiny of an entire nation. The winds of change were stirring, and the future was in the balance, waiting for a single moment to tip the scales. Each heartbeat echoed the words of Nathan and his mother, reminding him that wisdom lies within the choices we make, and that the true essence of a king lies not in power, but in the heart of the people he serves. In a land steeped in ancient whispers, where the sun kissed the golden sands of Jerusalem, there stood a young king, Solomon. His crown, though heavy, sparkled with the promise of a new era. Yet, beneath the grandeur of his palace, a storm brewed, a tempest of uncertainty. It was not the might of his armies that worried him, nor the vastness of his riches, but a nagging question that licked at the edges of his mind. How could he govern wisely? One fateful night, as the stars flickered like distant lanterns against a velvet sky, Solomon found himself alone in the temple, surrounded by the echoes of prayers and the soft glow of flickering oil lamps. The air was thick with incense, carrying the weight of hundreds of years of supplication. In that sacred space, he felt a stirring within him, an urge to reach beyond the earthly realm and touch the divine. He knew that true wisdom was not born from wealth or power, but from a deeper understanding of life itself. With his heart pounding, Solomon knelt on the cool stone floor and opened his soul to the heavens. "Lord," he whispered, his voice barely a breath, "give me wisdom. I am but a child, unskilled in the art of leadership. Guide me, so I may know how to rule your people with justice and compassion." In those quiet moments, time seemed to stretch, and the very air around him pulsed with anticipation. Suddenly, a light brighter than the sun enveloped the temple, and Solomon felt a presence, warm and enveloping, as though the heavens had opened just for him. "Ask what you will," a voice resonated, deep and echoing through the chambers of his mind. Solomon's heart raced, and he trembled with the gravity of the moment. He could have asked for riches, long life, or power that could bend the strongest of kings to his will. But what he truly desired was wisdom, a gift that would allow him to discern right from wrong, to lead with a heart full of love and a mind sharpened by understanding. "I seek wisdom, Lord," he proclaimed, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. "Grant me the ability to judge your people with fairness, to make decisions that reflect your will." In that instant, the divine presence shifted, wrapping around him like a cloak. He felt the weight of his request, the enormity of the responsibility that lay ahead. "Your request pleases me," the voice echoed again, filling the temple with a warmth like the first light of dawn. "Because you have asked for wisdom and not for wealth or power, I shall grant you wisdom beyond measure. And in addition, I shall also bless you with riches and honor, so that no king in your time will compare to you." The promise hung in the air, crackling with energy, igniting a fire of hope in Solomon's heart. Days turned into weeks, and Solomon began to feel the effects of his divine gift. A new clarity washed over him. Complex matters that had once felt like a tangled web suddenly unraveled before his eyes. He listened to the people speak, their joys and sorrows flowing into his ears like a sweet melody, and he began to understand their hearts. With each decision, he wielded his wisdom like a sword, cutting through deception and bringing forth truth. But wisdom came with a price. The weight of his decisions bore down on him. One morning, as the sun rose over the horizon, he was summoned to settle a dispute between two women, both claiming to be the mother of an infant. The tension in the room was palpable, every eye fixed on him, every breath held in anticipation. The first woman, tears streaming down her cheeks, cried out, "This child is mine. She stole him from me." The other, her voice a whisper of desperation, countered, "No, I am the mother. She lies." Solomon's heart ached as he listened to their pleas, each woman's pain slicing through him like a knife. In that moment, wisdom surged through him, igniting his mind with a daring thought. "Bring me a sword," he commanded, his voice echoing in the silence. The guards exchanged bewildered glances but obeyed. A moment later, the blade gleamed in the morning light. "Let us divide the child in two," he declared, his voice steady, though his heart raced. "Each of you shall have half." Gasps filled the air, and the first woman recoiled in horror. "No, please, do not harm the child. She can have him. Just let him live." In that instant, Solomon knew the truth. The real mother, driven by love, would rather give up her claim than see her child harmed. "Give the child to her," he ordered, his heart swelling with a mix of sadness and triumph. The room erupted in disbelief, and whispers of admiration began to ripple through the crowd. Solomon had not just solved a dispute. He had unveiled a mother's love, a bond so deep that it transcended all earthly desires. As the days turned into months, Solomon's reputation as a wise king spread like wildfire across the lands. Kings and queens from distant realms sent envoys to seek his counsel, to hear the wisdom that flowed from his lips like honey. Yet, with every accolade, a haunting question lingered in the corners of his mind. Was he truly worthy of such a gift? Would he continue to lead with the wisdom the Lord had bestowed upon him? The weight of his crown grew heavier, and he found solace in the quiet of the temple, where it all began. The flickering flames of the oil lamps danced in rhythm with his thoughts, and he whispered prayers into the stillness. He sought strength to remain humble and to wield his wisdom not for glory, but for the sake of his people. But as the years passed, the shadows of temptation crept into his heart. The allure of power began to shimmer like a mirage, and whispers of indulgence echoed in the halls of his palace. Would the wisdom that once guided him continue to shine bright, or would it dim under the weight of earthly desires? The questions loomed large, and Solomon found himself standing at a crossroads, the path ahead obscured by doubt. Each decision weighed heavily on him, the once clear waters of wisdom now muddied by the trials of kingship. He felt the pulse of an entire nation beating through him, and with every heartbeat, the tension mounted. He had received the greatest gift, but how long could he hold on to it? The stakes were rising, and the world around him was in flux. With every choice he made, the fate of his kingdom hung in the balance. The age of wisdom was far from over, but the shadows of uncertainty loomed large, ready to challenge the very essence of what he had become. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over Jerusalem, where the air thrummed with the promise of something monumental. King Solomon stood at the edge of the city, his heart racing as he gazed out at the sprawling lands before him. His eyes sparkled with a fervor that could ignite mountains. He was not just a king. He was the chosen one, destined to build a house for the Lord, a magnificent temple that would embody the dreams, hopes, and spirits of his people. Whispers floated through the air, tales of divine instructions handed down from the heavens, igniting an unquenchable fire within him. A vision had been bestowed upon him, one that stirred the very depths of his soul. This was not merely a structure of stone and timber. It was a sacred promise, a connection between the divine and the earthly, a resting place for the presence of God. Every heartbeat echoed with the gravity of his calling. In the quiet chambers of his palace, Solomon summoned skilled artisans and builders, men whose hands were capable of weaving beauty from raw materials. As they gathered, their eyes filled with awe and a touch of fear, for they understood the weight of the task ahead. Solomon spoke with fervent passion, detailing the vision he had seen. A grand edifice adorned with gold and precious stones, pillars that would reach toward the skies, and an altar where offerings of gratitude would rise with the smoke of incense. The artisans nodded, their hearts racing with ambition. Yet, amidst the excitement, there was a palpable tension. They were aware of the divine dimensions given to Solomon, the measurements that seemed to stretch beyond reality. There were blueprints etched in the mind of their king, a pattern of divinity that had to be followed down to the smallest detail. The Lord had spoken, and every inch mattered. The plans were not just architectural. They were spiritual guidelines, crafted by the hand of God himself. As twilight embraced the city, Solomon gathered his people, standing upon a stone platform where the first rays of dawn would later illuminate the temple's beauty. He shared the divine instructions he had received, words that hung in the air like a sacred melody. "You shall build me a house of cedar, adorned with gold," he proclaimed, his voice steady and strong. "The inner sanctuary shall be the Holy of Holies, a place where the Ark of the Covenant will dwell, the very throne of God among us." Gasps rippled through the crowd, and a shiver ran down their spines. The weight of such a task felt both exhilarating and terrifying. They were to be the hands that built a bridge between the heavens and their earthly lives. They were to sacrifice their sweat and spirit, pouring their very essence into the creation of a dwelling place for the Almighty. The vision felt almost overwhelming, yet it inspired unity among the people. They were no longer just subjects. They were collaborators in a sacred mission. Days turned into weeks as preparations began. Solomon dispatched messengers to far-off lands, seeking the finest materials, the towering cedar trees of Lebanon and the purest gold from distant mines. Each tree that was felled echoed with a bittersweet reverberation, a silent tribute to the grandeur that would rise from their sacrifice. The builders toiled with fervor, their chisels clinking against the stone, a rhythmic anthem of labor and devotion. From the quarry to the Temple Mount, the community transformed. Families came together, sharing in the vision, their love for God entwining with the ambition of building his home. Laughter mingled with the cries of children, and prayers intertwined with the scent of sawdust and wet clay. It was a time of hope, as they envisioned the day when the temple would rise, an edifice so splendid that it would stand as a beacon to all nations. But amid the fervent activity, there were moments of reflection. Solomon, often lost in thought, would walk the site alone, each step heavy with the weight of expectation. He could feel the presence of the divine, a delicate whisper brushing against his mind. He sought guidance, praying for wisdom to lead his people and ensure every stone was laid according to the heavenly blueprint. His heart ached for assurance, for the pressures of his monumental task felt like a mountain upon his shoulders. The temple was not just an architectural endeavor. It was a manifestation of faith. As the structure began to take shape, the people's fears melted into hope. They gathered at the site, offering prayers and sacrifices, pouring their hearts into the very ground that would soon cradle the divine presence. Each prayer was a thread weaving a tapestry of unity, binding the community together in their shared purpose. As the walls rose and the roof took form, the air crackled with anticipation. Solomon's dreams were becoming a reality, and yet, a reverent silence hung over the builders as they approached the final layers of the construction. Would they meet the standards set by the Almighty? Would their efforts be worthy of the divine presence they sought to invite? The moment arrived when the last stone was placed, and the temple stood, a breathtaking vision against the vivid sky. The sun set behind it, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the very heart of Jerusalem. Solomon stood before it, tears of gratitude filling his eyes as he prayed aloud. The words echoed off the newly erected walls, spilling hopes and dreams into the sacred air. "Lord, may this temple be a house of prayer for all nations," he cried, his voice trembling with sincerity. "May it be a place of refuge, where the weary find solace and the lost find their way. Let your presence dwell here forever." In that moment, the heavens seemed to respond. A gentle rustle of leaves whispered through the air, a sign of the divine presence that was soon to fill the Holy of Holies. The people could feel it too, a stirring in their souls, a connection to something far greater than themselves. As dusk settled over the land, the lights of the city twinkled like stars, a reflection of the divine waiting to be invited into the hearts and lives of the people. The temple, a mere structure of stone and timber, was on the verge of becoming a living testament to faith, devotion, and unity. It was a moment suspended in time, charged with an electric anticipation that would resonate through the ages. And just as the first prayers were about to rise from the lips of the congregation, a sense of destiny loomed, intertwining past with future, drawing all into a singular moment of divine purpose, where the very essence of the sacred awaited to be unveiled. In the flickering light of an ancient evening, the air was thick with anticipation. The Ark of the Covenant, a sacred chest gleaming with gold, stood as a testament to faith, power, and mystery. It was no mere artifact. It held the very presence of God, a palpable connection between the divine and humanity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced like whispers around the ark, a palpable energy filled the atmosphere, stirring both awe and reverence. To the Israelite people, the ark represented their covenant with God, a promise of guidance and protection. Inscribed on its surface were the sacred tablets bestowed upon Moses, the very words of the Almighty. As the people gathered, their hearts beat in unison, echoing the rhythms of their ancestors who had walked alongside the divine. The ark was a symbol of hope, a beacon of faith in times of despair. Its mere presence invoked a sense of safety, as if the very essence of God hovered nearby, cloaked in mystery yet intimately present. The day arrived when King Solomon, a ruler wise beyond his years, made a monumental decision. He understood the significance of the ark's relocation to the newly constructed temple in Jerusalem. This grand edifice was not merely a building. It was a sacred space meant to house the divine presence, a sanctuary where heaven met earth. As the craftsmen and laborers toiled under the sun, their hands worked not just with stone and timber, but with reverence and devotion, knowing they were crafting a home for the sacred. As the temple rose majestically against the skyline, a crowd of thousands gathered, their faces illuminated by hope and excitement. There was a hum, a palpable energy that flowed through the throngs, a shared understanding that something monumental was about to unfold. The air crackled with anticipation, and it was as if the spirit of their ancestors hovered in the atmosphere, urging them forward. When the time came to transport the ark, solemnity descended upon the crowd. Levites, chosen for their purity and dedication, approached the ark with utmost care. Each step was deliberate, each breath heavy with the weight of responsibility. The ark was to be carried on poles, as prescribed by ancient law, ensuring that none would touch it directly. This was a moment steeped in tradition, a sacred act meant to honor the covenant between God and his people. As the Levites lifted the ark, a hush fell over the crowd. Eyes glistened with tears, and hearts swelled with emotion. It was more than just a chest of gold. It was a promise, a legacy passed down through generations, a reminder that they were chosen, that they had purpose in this world. Each person present felt an electric connection to the past, a shared lineage that bound them to the divine. The procession began, winding through the streets of Jerusalem, past homes and marketplaces, each step echoing the faith of a people whose lives had been forever transformed by the presence of this sacred object. Songs of praise erupted, voices rising in harmony, filling the air with joy and gratitude. The melody intertwined with the heartbeat of the city, a celebration of their shared journey, a reminder of their resilience through trials and tribulations. But as they neared the temple, the atmosphere shifted. An unsettling tension crept in. The ground seemed to tremble under the weight of history and expectation. Shadows loomed, and whispers of doubt flickered in the minds of some. What if they failed to honor the sacred properly? What if divine wrath was unleashed upon them? These fears, like specters, haunted the edges of their fervor, threatening to dampen the light of their hope. Yet, the Levites pressed on, their grip steady, their resolve unyielding. As they ascended the steps of the temple, the golden doors loomed in front of them, a barrier between the earthly realm and the divine. The air thickened with reverence, and the crowd held their collective breath, hearts pounding in anticipation. This was not merely about moving an object. It was a transfer of power, a moment that could alter the course of their existence. With a final, sacred moment of stillness, the Levites entered the inner sanctum, where the ark would rest. The room was bathed in light, and the presence of the divine seemed to envelop them in a warm embrace. As they placed the ark in its rightful position, a hush fell over the crowd. Time stood still, and in that moment the connection between heaven and earth felt tangible, a thread that linked the people to their Creator. As Solomon stepped forward, words of dedication poured from his lips, echoing off the stone walls. He prayed fervently, imploring God to dwell among them, to bless the people, and to guide their hearts. With each word, reverberations of hope surged through the congregation, igniting a fervor that was impossible to contain. The ark was not just an object. It was a living testament to their faith, a reminder that they were never alone. But just as the last echoes of Solomon's voice faded, a sudden gust of wind swept through the temple. A shiver ran down the spines of the onlookers, as if an unseen force had brushed past them. Was it a sign? A manifestation of divine presence? The atmosphere shifted once more, charged with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. The people held their breath, their hearts racing, caught in a moment that felt suspended in time. In that charged silence, the ark pulsed with an otherworldly glow, a beacon of hope amidst the uncertainty. The significance of this relocation reached far beyond the physical act. It represented an enduring relationship, a promise that echoed through generations. Yet, the emotions swirling in the air hinted at a deeper truth, that with such power comes profound responsibility, and the path ahead would not be without challenges. As the people began to stir, the realization washed over them that they were standing on the threshold of something extraordinary. The Ark of the Covenant, now housed within the temple, was not just a piece of history. It was a living symbol of their faith, a reminder that the divine was intricately woven into the fabric of their lives. The story was far from over, and as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the temple, the reverberations of this moment would resonate for generations to come. In the golden light of dawn, Jerusalem shimmered like a jewel, its walls and towers rising proudly against the azure sky. King Solomon, the wise and just ruler, stood on his palace balcony, gazing out over the city he had built with such care. But the beauty of his kingdom was not merely in its stones or its splendor. It lay in the delicate threads of alliances he wove, threads that would bind nations together through marriage and trade. Solomon understood that power was not just about might. It was about connection. As he watched merchants bustling in the streets below, their carts laden with spices, silk, and treasures from distant lands, he felt a surge of pride. These merchants were not just traders. They were emissaries of peace and prosperity, carrying the promise of friendship and cooperation. The air was thick with the aroma of exotic goods and the laughter of children playing in the sun, a testament to the thriving trade routes that linked Jerusalem to the world beyond. But beneath this vibrant tapestry of life lay the whispers of political maneuvering, each alliance forged in the fires of necessity and ambition. Solomon had learned from his father, David, that the strength of a kingdom often rested on the strength of its relationships. With a keen eye, he observed the rising powers around him, the Egyptians to the south, the Phoenicians to the west, and the Assyrians to the north. Each kingdom had its own desires, its own dreams, and Solomon saw the opportunity to create bonds that would keep his kingdom safe. His first great alliance was with Pharaoh's daughter, a union that sent ripples through the ancient world. As she entered the palace, a new chapter began, her presence heralding not only the joining of two powerful families, but the promise of trade and prosperity between two mighty nations. Solomon, with his heart full of hope, envisioned caravans filled with Egyptian gold and ivory making their way to Jerusalem, enriching his people and fortifying his realm. The grand wedding was a spectacle, with feasting and music echoing through the hills, an event that united hearts and kingdoms alike. But not all alliances were forged in the warm glow of celebration. The tension between kingdoms simmered just beneath the surface. Solomon soon realized that the strength of his alliances would be tested. As whispers of rebellion echoed from the borders, he knew that the ties he had crafted would have to withstand the storms of envy and ambition. His marriage alliances were not merely romantic. They were strategic webs of loyalty and protection, and he was determined to nurture them, even as rival nations plotted against him. Through the years, Solomon's court became a vibrant mosaic of cultures. Each new queen brought with her the customs and traditions of her homeland, and Solomon found joy in their differences. A queen from Sheba arrived, her dark eyes bright with intelligence and ambition. Her gifts of gold and spices were not merely tokens. They were symbols of respect and admiration, a promise of collaboration. Solomon welcomed her, fueled by the fire of curiosity and the desire to connect. The court reverberated with the sounds of laughter, debate, and shared stories, each moment a reminder of the fragile peace he sought to maintain. But the shadows of doubt were never far away. One evening, as the sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Solomon held a council with his advisors. The tension in the room was palpable, each advisor weighing the risks of foreign alliances against the safety of their kingdom. Some argued for war, believing that strength lay in conquest, while others implored Solomon to continue his diplomatic approach. The weight of their expectations lay heavy on his shoulders. He understood that every decision he made could either strengthen or fracture the delicate balance he had created. As the moon rose high, illuminating the streets of Jerusalem, Solomon took a solitary walk through the city. The quiet was a balm to his troubled spirit. He listened to the soft rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of the people below, feeling the pulse of his kingdom. It was in these reflective moments that he found clarity. He realized that the heart of diplomacy was not only in the treaties signed or the wealth exchanged, but in the trust and understanding he cultivated among the people. Days turned into months, and the winds of change began to blow. Solomon's trade routes flourished, but with them came the eyes of envious kings. Rumors spread like wildfire. A neighboring king plotted against him, seeking to topple Solomon's throne. The fear of betrayal hovered in the air, yet Solomon remained steadfast. He summoned his queens, uniting them in purpose. Together, they crafted plans that blended their strengths, each queen offering wisdom from her homeland, weaving their fates together more tightly than ever before. The tension reached a peak during a grand festival, where Solomon invited all his allies. The streets were alive with color and sound, the laughter of people mingling with the notes of musicians. But hidden among the joy was a storm brewing, a secret plot to disrupt the peace. Solomon sensed the unease, the weight of suspicion hanging in the air. He moved through the crowd, his face a mask of grace, while his mind raced with strategies to protect his kingdom. As the night deepened, a chilling realization set in. A rival king had sent assassins disguised as merchants, intent on unraveling the alliances Solomon had worked so hard to build. Just as the first knife glimmered under the moonlight, Solomon's instincts kicked in. With the strength of his ancestors coursing through his veins, he acted swiftly, rallying his guards and facing danger head-on. The clash of steel rang out, piercing the festive atmosphere. Faces turned from joy to shock, and in that moment of chaos, Solomon's heart raced, not just for his own life, but for the lives of those who had come to celebrate peace. In the throes of battle, Solomon's mind raced back to the alliances he had forged, the hopes and dreams of his people resting on the outcome of this night. As he fought with determination, his queen from Sheba stood alongside him, wielding her own weapon with ferocity, proving that the strength of their alliance was more than just a political strategy. It was a bond forged in shared purpose. The tension crackled in the air, a vivid reminder that diplomacy could erupt into conflict at any moment. As the final blow was struck, silence fell over the festival. The palace, once filled with laughter and music, now echoed with the heavy breath of survival. Solomon looked around at his people, his heart swelling with pride and fear. The alliance he had built was momentarily shaken, but the bond between nations and people had proven resilient. As dawn broke over Jerusalem, its light casting a golden hue over the aftermath, Solomon knew that while the battle had ended, the true test of his diplomacy lay ahead. Would the alliances he had forged withstand the trials of betrayal, envy, and ambition? As he stood amidst the remnants of the night, he felt the weight of his kingdom upon his shoulders. Yet he also felt the strength of his queens and people behind him, ready to face whatever came next. With a heart set on hope and a mind sharpened by the events of the night, Solomon turned back towards his palace, each step echoing with the promise of resilience and unity. The tapestry of alliances he had woven would not just survive. It would thrive, metamorphosing into something even more beautiful and powerful, ready to face the unknown future that lay ahead. The sun hung low, casting golden rays that danced upon the hills of Jerusalem, illuminating the silhouette of a kingdom poised on the brink of greatness. A symphony of chiseling echoed through the valley, mingling with the prayers of the faithful and the whispers of the wind. This was the time of King Solomon, a reign marked by prosperity, wisdom, and monumental ambition. The air vibrated with anticipation, as if the very stones themselves yearned to tell their story. Solomon stood at the forefront of an architectural renaissance, his vision grander than the towering cedars that surrounded the city. His heart raced with the promise of what lay ahead, palaces that would not merely house kings, but embody the splendor of a nation. The craftsmanship of his people would reflect the beauty of the stars, a testament to divine favor. High above, the heavens watched with bated breath as workmen toiled from dawn till dusk, their hands stained with the essence of creation. Each stone was a narrative, each beam a dream crystallized in form. The construction sites were alive, a bustling tapestry woven with the threads of sweat and determination. Workers, men and women alike, moved with purpose. They carried heavy stones on their backs, their muscles straining under the weight of the visions that had been ignited in their minds. The stones felt warm, pulsing with energy as they were raised to become walls that would protect and adorn. One could not help but notice the majestic design of Solomon's own palace, a marvel that rose like a phoenix from the earth. Its towering walls stretched towards the sky, kissed by the sun, while intricate carvings depicted scenes of nature and tales of victory. The palace's gates, wrought with gold, sparkled in the light, calling forth respect and awe from all who beheld them. It was here that Solomon would hold court, surrounded by the wisdom of the ages and the riches of the world. As the work progressed, the tension in the air thickened. Rivals whispered in shadowy corners, their envy sharp as the chisels that sculpted the stone. Rumors of dissent flickered like candle flames, threatening to extinguish the light of Solomon's reign. Yet the king's resolve was unyielding. He drew strength from his faith, praying for guidance as he navigated the treacherous waters of leadership. The laborers, inspired by their king's unwavering spirit, redoubled their efforts, each hammer strike resonating as a pledge of loyalty. In the brisk morning air, the scent of cedar wafted through the construction site, mingling with the sound of laughter and shouts. Children, too young to wield tools, played nearby, their innocent joy a stark contrast to the monumental tasks at hand. They dreamt of the finished palace, where they would one day run and play, imagining the stories that would echo through its halls. Solomon, when he glimpsed them, felt a surge of hope, each giggle a reminder of the legacy he was building, not just for himself, but for generations yet to come. One cannot forget the glory of the Temple of the Lord, which, alongside the palatial structures, would stand as a beacon of faith and unity. The very ground trembled as magnificent stones were skillfully placed, creating a sanctuary that would draw pilgrims from near and far. The temple's foundation was built upon rock, steady and unwavering, a reflection of the faith that coursed through Solomon's veins. It was a place where heaven and earth would meet, where the cries of the devoted would rise like incense to the skies. As days turned into months, the palaces began to mirror the beauty of creation itself, catching the light in ways that made them appear to shimmer with life. Yet, amidst the beauty, shadows lingered. Workers grew weary, their muscles aching and their spirits tested. Every corner of the site held stories of struggle and sacrifice, of dreams interrupted and rekindled. Tensions between tribes flared, echoing the discord that sometimes threatened to tear the kingdom apart. Yet, Solomon rallied them, reminding them of their shared purpose, their collective identity. He walked among them, a king not just by title but by action, his presence a balm for their weary souls. With every completed archway and polished floor, the palaces transformed into sanctuaries of hope, each room brimming with purpose. Festivities filled the air as the first stones of the great halls were laid, a celebration of unity where songs rang out and laughter filled the void. Neighbors and strangers gathered, sharing food and drink, breathing life into the very walls that surrounded them. Solomon watched, his heart swelling with pride, knowing that this was more than mere architecture. It was the heartbeat of a nation. Yet, a subtle unease crept in, a whisper of doubt that echoed through the minds of some. Would these palatial edifices stand the test of time? In the quiet hours of the night, when the moon cast its silvery glow upon the unfinished structures, questions lingered like shadows on the walls. Would they be remembered as monuments of glory or as reminders of hubris? As the final stones were put into place, anticipation reached a fever pitch. The air crackled with excitement and anxiety, as if the very essence of the kingdom converged at this moment. Solomon gathered his people, facing the crowd with the strength of a lion, his voice steady as he proclaimed the importance of their endeavors. This was not merely a construction project. It was the very fabric of their identity, woven together by shared hopes and dreams. And just as the last beam was raised, the earth beneath them seemed to tremble, a reminder that greatness often comes at a cost. Would the palaces usher in an age of peace and prosperity, or unleash a whirlwind of challenges that would shake the very foundations of their existence? The people looked to their king, eyes brimming with hope and uncertainty, waiting for his next words to guide them through the storm that loomed on the horizon. In that moment, the air was thick with destiny, and the story of Solomon's reign unfurled, revealing layers yet to be explored, mysteries yet to be unveiled. The sun dipped low over the azure waters of the Mediterranean, casting golden rays that flickered like fire on the waves. A gentle breeze stirred the air, laden with the scent of salt and the promise of trade. In the bustling city of Tyre, a hub of creativity and skill, the sound of hammers striking metal echoed through the narrow streets, weaving tales of craftsmanship that would resonate through history. Among the throngs of skilled artisans stood Hiram, the master craftsman of Tyre, a man whose very name would be etched into the annals of time. His hands were rough and calloused, evidence of years spent shaping wood, stone, and precious metals into magnificent creations. With every stroke of his tools, he didn't just create. He breathed life into materials, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. The heart of Tyre pulsed with the rhythm of his labor, and the city was alive with excitement. In the workshops, The air hummed with a chaotic beauty. Artisans carved intricate designs into cedar wood, their fingers dancing deftly as they transformed raw logs into works of art. Hiram moved among them like a conductor leading an orchestra, his eyes shining with fervor. He was not just a craftsman. He was a visionary, envisioning monumental structures that would stand the test of time. Yet, it was not just the material things he created that drew admiration. It was the spirit he infused into his work, a spirit that inspired all who served alongside him. As whispers of his talent spread, kings from distant lands summoned Hiram to their courts. They sought the magic of his hands, the touch of brilliance that turned simple stones into glorious palaces. His most renowned project, the Temple of Solomon, was a testament to his genius. Wooden beams carved from the finest cedars rose to the heavens, embellished with delicate carvings of flowers and vines, each telling a story of faith and grandeur. Hiram's heart swelled with pride as he watched his dreams materialize, each stone laid down like a beat in the rhythm of history. Yet, behind the splendor, a tension simmered. The demands of kings weighed heavily on Hiram, who felt their expectations like a tightening noose. The construction of the temple required not just artistry but vision, diplomacy, and a delicate balance of power. The alliances he forged and the negotiations he navigated were as much a part of his craft as shaping stone. Hiram was not merely building a temple. He was building bridges between cultures, weaving a tapestry of unity in a world often torn by conflict. Amidst this whirlwind, a shadow lurked on the horizon. Rival cities watched with envy as Tyre flourished. The Phoenicians, known for their seafaring skills and trade networks, were also known for their fierce protectiveness of their craft. Hiram stood at the center of it all, a beacon of hope but also a target for those who coveted Tyre's wealth. The pressure mounted, and Hiram could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him, a reminder that with great talent came great responsibility. In the quiet moments at twilight, Hiram would gaze out at the sea, seeking solace in the whispers of the waves. He thought of the generations that had come before him, the craftsmen whose hands shaped the very foundations of Tyre. He felt their spirits guiding him, urging him to create something that would endure, something that would echo in the hearts of those who came after. His mind raced with ideas, each more ambitious than the last, each a testament to his dedication. Yet, as the sun set behind the horizon, a storm was brewing. Rumors of war circled like vultures, and Hiram knew that his creations could become a battleground, his masterpieces reduced to rubble. The whispers of the people turned into a cacophony of fear and anxiety. Hiram felt the pulse of the city quicken, and he knew he had to act. He called upon his fellow artisans, igniting a fire within them, a call to unite, to protect their heritage, to stand together against the forces that threatened their way of life. The workshop transformed into a sanctuary of creativity and resilience. Together, they crafted not just for the kings, but for their people, for their legacy. Hiram led them in the creation of intricate shields adorned with symbols of Tyre's strength, each one a reminder of their shared commitment to their craft and their city. The artisans pounded metal, carved wood, and wove tapestries, their sweat mingling with their hopes and fears. They worked tirelessly, their hands moving in a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the city. As the storm clouds gathered on the horizon, Hiram stood at the forefront, a symbol of unwavering determination. He knew that the true strength of Tyre lay not just in its craftsmen but in the bonds they forged. The fear of war loomed large, but so did the spirit of unity. In every creation, in every piece of art, there was a piece of Hiram's soul, a testament to resilience, creativity, and the enduring spirit of the Phoenician craftsman. The day of reckoning arrived like a wave crashing against the shore, fierce and unstoppable. Soldiers marched, and the air crackled with tension. Hiram stood his ground, surrounded by his fellow artisans, each one ready to defend what they had built together. The craftsmanship that had once brought beauty to their lives now became a shield against destruction. In that moment, the world held its breath. Hiram's heart raced as he glanced at the intricate carvings and stunning creations around him, each a silent witness to the struggle that lay ahead. Little did he know, The legacy of his craftsmanship would ripple through time, shaping not just the structures of cities, but the hearts of generations to come. The battle was not just for survival. It was a fight for their very identity, a narrative woven into the fabric of history. And as the clash of swords echoed in the distance, Hiram knew that the role of a craftsman was never merely to create. It was to stand firm, to inspire, and to leave an indelible mark on the world, one that would resonate long after the last echo of battle faded into the sands of time. In the hushed corridors of an ancient palace, the air buzzed with possibility and tension. The flickering torchlight cast shadows that danced across the stone walls, whispering tales of power, wisdom, and the relentless pursuit of order. Here, the fate of a kingdom rested not merely upon the shoulders of one man, but within a finely woven tapestry of officials, each thread representing a unique role in the grand design orchestrated by King Solomon. Solomon, the wisest of kings, presided over this intricate organization with a steady hand and a discerning eye. His administration was a marvel not because it was flawless, but because it was alive, each official a heartbeat in the body of governance. They were more than mere figures in a ledger. They were the lifeblood of the kingdom, their decisions echoing in the lives of every subject. At the very core of Solomon's government lay the Council of Advisors, a group chosen not just for their expertise, but for their unwavering loyalty to the king and his vision. They gathered in the Grand Hall, a place where ideas flowed like wine, rich and intoxicating. The air crackled with debates, each voice rising and falling like the tide, as they discussed matters of state, taxation, trade, justice. There was a palpable energy in the room, a sense of purpose that seemed to transcend time itself. Among them, Benaiah, the commander of the military, stood tall, his armor glinting in the flickering light. He was a man of action, embodying the strength of the kingdom. His presence alone commanded respect, yet it was his counsel that often steered Solomon through the stormy seas of conflict. When Benaiah spoke, it was as if thunder rumbled, his words resonating with the wisdom of countless battles fought for the crown. The council listened, eager to absorb his insights, for they knew that his experience was invaluable in the face of potential threats from neighboring lands. On the opposite end of the table sat Ahithophel, the king's trusted advisor and strategist. His mind was a labyrinth of clever schemes and bold ideas. With each suggestion, a spark ignited. He had a knack for seeing possibilities where others saw obstacles. His counsel was like a double-edged sword, sharp and precise yet capable of cutting through the very fabric of loyalty if wielded carelessly. Solomon valued his input, often pondering Ahithophel's words long after they were spoken, knowing that one misstep could change the course of history. But amidst the fierce discussions, a quiet presence lingered: Nathan, the prophet. Unlike the others, Nathan's power lay not in action but in words spoken softly, yet with the weight of divine authority. He was the voice of God to Solomon, reminding him of the moral compass that guided his reign. In moments of uncertainty, when the burdens of leadership felt too heavy to bear, Nathan's gentle reminders of faith and righteousness brought solace to the king's troubled heart. Their relationship was a delicate dance, one that balanced power and accountability. As the meetings unfolded, the administrative structure of Solomon's kingdom emerged like a well-tuned orchestra, each official playing their part to create a harmonious symphony of governance. The administrative hierarchy was clearly defined, the roles interlinked with purpose. There were governors overseeing the provinces, each responsible for maintaining order and collecting taxes. These men were Solomon's eyes and ears in the distant lands, ensuring that his edicts were enforced and that loyalty to the crown was unwavering. Then came the judges, tasked with interpreting the laws and delivering justice. Solomon, known for his wisdom, often found himself called upon to adjudicate the most challenging cases, such as the famous dispute between two women claiming the same child. In those moments, the court transformed into a theater of human drama. Hearts raced, and breaths were held as Solomon's discerning gaze weighed the truth against the fabrications, revealing the depths of a mother's love. The record-keepers, scribes skilled in the ancient art of writing, documented every decision and decree with meticulous care. They were the memory of the kingdom, safeguarding its history and laws. Their ink flowed like the Nile, capturing the essence of every council meeting, every judgment, and every triumph. In the quiet corners of the palace, these scribes labored, their scrolls unfurling stories that would echo through the ages. As Solomon continued to build his administration, he recognized the importance of communication. He established messengers who zipped across the kingdom like the wind, carrying news and orders from the capital to the farthest reaches of Israel. Each messenger was a lifeline, connecting distant provinces to the heart of governance, ensuring that every subject felt the pulse of the kingdom's unity. But with every rise, there were shadows lurking. Jealousy and ambition simmered among certain officials, a silent undercurrent that threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of Solomon's administration. The air grew thick with unspoken tension, whispers floated through the corridors, and glances exchanged in the shadows hinted at discontent. Unbeknownst to Solomon, alliances began to form, and the seeds of betrayal were sown. Yet, through it all, the king remained steadfast, guided by his vision and the counsel of his trusted advisors. He understood that the strength of his administration did not simply lie in the power of his officials, but in their shared commitment to the welfare of the kingdom. Each decision made in the council chamber carried the weight of countless lives, and he bore that responsibility with solemnity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the palace, the meetings would often stretch late into the night, illuminated only by the soft glow of oil lamps. The discussions grew more animated, voices rising and falling in passionate debate. Solomon, keenly aware of the stakes, would listen intently, his heart racing at the thought of what was at risk. Ticking clocks served as a constant reminder of time slipping away, yet Solomon was undeterred. In the face of adversity, he pressed onward, for he knew that a wise king could not shy away from the storm but must brave it with courage and conviction. His eyes sparkled with dreams for a united Israel, and each day was an opportunity to breathe life into those dreams. In this world of governance, where every decision carried the weight of destiny, Solomon's administration pulsed with a restless energy. It was a place of ambition, loyalty, and hidden treachery, where the fates of men and the dreams of a nation hung in the balance. And as the echoes of laughter and debate filled the air, Solomon's heart beat steadily, resolute in his quest to forge a kingdom that would stand the test of time. The stage was set, and the drama of governance unfolded, a story that was far from over. In the bustling marketplace of Jerusalem, the air crackled with the vibrant pulse of commerce. Merchants shouted, their voices mingling with the laughter of children and the distant sounds of artisans hammering away at their crafts. Colorful fabrics billowed in the gentle breeze, and the rich aromas of spices danced through the streets, weaving a tapestry of life that thrummed with the promise of prosperity. Solomon, the wise and revered king, stood at the center of it all, a radiant figure whose mere presence seemed to command the wealth of the world. Trade routes stretched like veins across the land, connecting distant corners of the earth. Caravans laden with precious goods traversed the rugged terrain, bringing with them the treasures of faraway lands. Gold and silver, jewels and exotic spices flowed into Jerusalem like a river of abundance. Each merchant who arrived told tales of distant lands, their eyes glimmering with excitement as they described the bright silks of China and the rich incense from Arabia. Solomon listened, his heart swelling with pride, knowing that his kingdom was at the very crossroads of opportunity. Amidst the bustle, the king's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. His vision of a united Israel rested upon the solid foundation of trade. The tribute from neighboring kingdoms poured in as a testament to his wisdom and strength. Every silver coin added to the royal treasury was a reminder of the covenant he had forged with his people and with God. The tribute was more than mere wealth. It was a symbol of loyalty, a reflection of respect for Solomon's ability to bring peace to a region fraught with conflict. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the city, the king summoned his advisors. They gathered in the grand hall adorned with intricate carvings that spoke of ancient stories and celebrated the glory of the Lord. The air was thick with anticipation, each advisor filled with a sense of purpose. They discussed the latest caravans arriving from Egypt, laden with grain, and the dense silks arriving from far-off Persia. Every conversation held weight, weaving together the fabric of a kingdom that thrived on its connections. Then came the unexpected news, a whisper that sent ripples through the council. The Queen of Sheba, a formidable ruler known for her beauty and wisdom, was making her way to Jerusalem. The excitement was palpable, a spark igniting in the hearts of those who heard the news. She was said to be carrying gifts of unimaginable value, treasures that would rival even Solomon's own vast wealth. But it was not just her gifts that intrigued the king. It was her reputation for intellect and insight, which made her an equal to him in every sense. As the day of the queen's arrival drew near, Jerusalem prepared itself for a spectacle. Streets were washed, and decorations adorned the city. The people buzzed with excitement, their hearts filled with hope and curiosity. What wisdom would the queen bring? What challenges might she present? Solomon himself felt a thrill of anticipation, a mixture of pride and anxiety swirling within him. Finally, the moment arrived. The gates of the city swung open, revealing the grand procession led by the Queen of Sheba. She rode on a chariot of gold, her presence radiating authority and grace. The people of Jerusalem fell silent, awestruck by her beauty and the air of confidence that surrounded her. Solomon met her gaze, and in that instant, a connection sparked between two powerful souls. They stood on the precipice of a dialogue that could alter the course of their kingdoms. Gift after gift was exchanged, a display of opulence and respect that left the entire court breathless. Jewels that sparkled like stars, rare spices that carried the scent of far-off lands, each item symbolizing the bond that was being forged between them. But beneath the surface of lavish gifts and polite banter, a deeper connection was forming, one of mutual admiration and shared goals. Conversations flowed like fine wine, each word laden with meaning. They spoke of governance, of faith, and of the trials that come with power. The wisdom shared by the queen challenged Solomon, urging him to think beyond the walls of his city and the borders of his kingdom. She presented new ideas, perspectives that opened his mind to the vast tapestry of the world beyond. It was a dance of intellect, and each step brought them closer, igniting a spark that neither had anticipated. As night fell, the grand banquet commenced, illuminating the hall with flickering candlelight. Laughter and music filled the air, blending with the rich aromas of the feast that celebrated the union of their kingdoms. Solomon watched the queen as she conversed with his people, her laughter ringing like a sweet melody. The way she engaged with the citizens, listening intently, made his heart swell with admiration. He saw not just a queen but a partner in vision, someone who understood the weight of leadership and the burden of duty. But the shadows of ambition loomed quietly in the background. Whispers of rivalry floated through the air, as some in Solomon's court eyed the queen with suspicion. They feared that her brilliance might overshadow the king, an unsettling thought that threatened to unravel the delicate balance of power. Solomon sensed the tension, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that wisdom and collaboration could lead to a flourishing future. Days turned into weeks, and the bond between Solomon and the Queen of Sheba deepened. They forged alliances, not just through treaties but through a shared understanding of prosperity. Trade routes expanded, and with them both kingdoms thrived. The wealth that flowed into Jerusalem echoed through the streets, a reminder of the power of unity. But as the sun began to set on their time together, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. The queen would soon return to her land, and Solomon couldn't shake the dread that clung to his heart. He had gained not only wealth but something far more precious, a companion in wisdom, a connection that transcended the material. Would the winds of trade keep their kingdoms intertwined, or would distance sever the ties they had forged? And so, as the final banquet drew to a close, the king and the queen exchanged a knowing look, a silent promise hanging heavy between them. The future awaited, filled with both peril and possibility, and with it, the weight of their shared fates. The world had become a little smaller, and their hearts a little larger. As they prepared to face what lay ahead, each step echoing the timeless dance of power, prosperity, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. In the golden glow of a fading sun, the air vibrated with a sense of anticipation. A massive crowd gathered around the great Temple of Solomon, its intricate stones glowing like embers in the twilight. Here, in this sacred space where divinity met craftsmanship, the very heartbeat of a kingdom thrummed with creativity and thought. Artisans, poets, and philosophers graced its halls, their minds weaving visions and ideas that would echo through the ages. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a young sculptor named Eli stood before a block of marble, his chisel poised in trembling hands. Each strike echoed like a heartbeat, sending ripples of excitement through the onlookers. Eli was merely a boy, but his dreams soared high, fueled by the wisdom that surrounded him. He had spent countless nights listening to the stories of his elders, tales of the great King Solomon, an architect of not just structures, but of culture itself. On this evening, a poet named Miriam stood nearby, ink-stained fingers clutching a scroll. Her heart raced as she prepared to recite her latest ode. The words flowed through her like a raging river, each line a tribute to the beauty of love and wisdom. As she began to speak, the crowd hushed, hanging on her every word. "Oh, wise Solomon," she intoned, "your wisdom pierces through the darkness like a guiding star." Her voice was like a soft breeze, carrying the dreams and hopes of the people into the cool night air. The temple, a monument to divine inspiration, was not merely an architectural marvel. It had become a crucible of cultural flourishing. Scholars, drawn from distant lands, flocked to Jerusalem, eager to share their knowledge and learn from the legendary king. They gathered in the shadow of the temple, sharing insights on mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy. The debates were intense, voices rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Each argument was a spark, igniting the thirst for understanding in the hearts of young minds. In the corners of the grand hall, where the scent of incense lingered, philosophers exchanged ideas that would shape the world. Solomon, a beacon of wisdom himself, fostered a community where questioning was encouraged and knowledge thrived. The young and old alike felt invigorated by this atmosphere, where every conversation was a dance of intellect and emotion. It was here that the seeds of thought were sown, destined to blossom into rich discussions that would span generations. But not all was serene in this sanctuary of thought. Jealousy and rivalry lurked like shadows, waiting for the smallest crack to emerge. Amid the laughter and camaraderie, whispers of dissent began to rise. Is Solomon truly the wisest? Some would challenge, their voices laced with doubt. This undercurrent of tension only fueled the flames of creativity, pushing the artists and thinkers to prove their worth. It was a world alive with passion, where art and philosophy intertwined like the vines of the fertile fields surrounding Jerusalem. As the night deepened, the air was filled with the sweet notes of music. A group of musicians, their faces illuminated by flickering torchlight, strummed their lyres and sang songs of love, triumph, and the spirit of the land. The melodies resonated with the hopes and dreams of everyone present, echoing through the hearts of the listeners. Children twirled and danced, caught up in the ecstatic atmosphere, their laughter ringing like chimes in the night. Each note carried the essence of the people, their joys and sorrows woven together in a tapestry of sound. Among the revelers, a wise elder named Jonah watched the festivities unfold. He had lived through seasons of prosperity and hardship, his life a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As he observed the youth, he felt a sense of pride swell within him. They were the torchbearers of culture, the ones who would carry forth the legacy of wisdom that Solomon had fostered. "This is the future," he whispered to himself, a smile gracing his weathered face. The dawn of a new day awaited, but the night was still alive with promise. Eli, amidst the crowd, felt his heart soar as he envisioned the statue he would carve, one that would embody the spirit of his people. He was determined to honor the legacy of Solomon, to immortalize the beauty and strength that thrived within their culture. With each chisel strike, he poured his soul into the marble, a piece of himself emerging with every blow. The excitement was electric, the air thick with the possibility of greatness. And then, as if summoned by the very essence of creativity, a figure emerged from the shadows, a traveler from a far-off land, cloaked in mystery. His eyes sparkled with intelligence and mischief, the corners of his mouth twitching in a knowing smile. He carried scrolls filled with knowledge that had never before graced the ears of the gathered crowd. As he stepped forward, the tension in the air shifted, crackling with the promise of new ideas. Each person felt it, the thrill of the unknown, the allure of wisdom waiting to be unveiled. With bated breath, they leaned in closer, eager to hear the tales and teachings of this stranger who had arrived at the heart of Solomon's flourishing culture. The night pulsed with anticipation as he began to speak of challenges and solutions, love and betrayal, of ideas that would ignite minds and inspire souls. No one could tear their gaze away. They were entranced, caught in the web of a shared future, a future that shimmered with brilliance and possibility. The stories danced like flames around a fire, drawing everyone into the warmth of connection and understanding. As the moon hung high above, illuminating the faces of the listeners, the legacy of art, literature, and philosophy in Solomon's era continued to unfold, each moment a spark that promised to ignite the hearts of those yet to come. It was a vibrant tapestry, woven with threads of unity and creativity, binding them all together in a collective dream, one that would not fade but carry them into the dawn of a new era, where the echoes of Solomon's wisdom would forever resonate. In a dimly lit room, an elderly man sits hunched over an ancient scroll, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that dance like whispers of wisdom long past. His fingers trace the faded ink, each word a treasure, each phrase a key to understanding the human experience. The air is heavy with the weight of generations, the silence punctuated only by the soft crackling of the candle, as if the very essence of wisdom is alive, beckoning him to listen. This scroll, the Book of Proverbs, holds the distilled essence of life's lessons, a treasure trove of insights and truths that have echoed through the halls of time. Written primarily during the reign of King Solomon, a figure renowned not just for his wealth, but for his unparalleled wisdom, Proverbs invites readers to navigate the complexities of life with clarity and discernment. Solomon's wise sayings resonate with a universal truth, their words both simple and profound, able to pierce the heart and ignite the mind. Each proverb serves as a guiding star in the murky waters of existence, illuminating paths toward righteousness, understanding, and justice. Picture a young man standing at a crossroads, his heart racing as he contemplates choices that could alter his destiny. He remembers the words inscribed in Proverbs, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding." The simple yet powerful message ignites a flicker of hope within him. He feels the weight of the world lifted, as if the wisdom of ages past wraps around him like a comforting embrace. It's a reminder that faith can guide him through even the darkest nights, that wisdom is not merely knowledge but a beacon of light in moments of uncertainty. Across history, the impact of Proverbs can be felt in the lives of countless individuals who have turned to its verses when faced with moral dilemmas or life-altering decisions. Families around flickering fires read aloud, children basking in their elders' voices, absorbing the lessons woven into the fabric of their daily lives. The stories shared around those flames were not just entertainment. They were the lifeblood of cultural identity, passing down wisdom through generations, reinforcing values that shaped communities. In ancient Israel, the sages revered Proverbs as more than just a collection of wise sayings. They saw it as divine guidance, a means to connect with God's will. The words were not merely read. They were meditated upon, internalized, and acted upon. When people invoked phrases like, "A soft answer turns away wrath," they weren't just repeating words. They were channeling centuries of wisdom into the present moment, transforming conflict into understanding. The emotional resonance of those teachings was palpable, leaving a mark on the hearts of listeners that would last a lifetime. The echoes of Proverbs extend far beyond its original context, reverberating through cultures and eras. In the bustling marketplaces of the Middle Ages, merchants quoted its aphorisms to navigate the treacherous waters of trade and negotiation. "The plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance," they would say, their voices filled with the weight of responsibility and hope. The wisdom of Proverbs became a compass, guiding them through the challenges of their daily lives, infusing them with a sense of purpose and direction. But the influence of Proverbs didn't stop there. The Renaissance saw a revival of interest in wisdom literature, and the Book of Proverbs found new life on the shelves of scholars and thinkers. The words that once guided farmers and merchants now inspired poets and philosophers, igniting creativity and reflection. The verses, once deeply rooted in a specific culture, began to transcend boundaries, reaching people from diverse backgrounds and beliefs. As the sun rises on a new era, a mother holds her child close, whispering proverbs into their ear as they drift to sleep. Train up a child in the way he should go. Even when he is old, he will not depart from it. The warmth of her voice wraps around the child like a blanket, and the child's dreams are filled with visions of integrity, kindness, and strength. The emotional connection forged through these teachings creates a bond that can withstand the tests of time, reinforcing the idea that wisdom is a gift passed down, a legacy that defines future generations. Fast forward to modern times, where Proverbs continues to find its way into everyday conversations, its truths surfacing in moments of vulnerability and strength. In boardrooms, leaders recite phrases like, "Iron sharpens iron," as they encourage collaboration and growth among their teams. In support groups, individuals draw strength from the wisdom of the ages, sharing proverbs that resonate with their struggles, creating a tapestry of shared experiences and healing. The Book of Proverbs transcends its ancient origins, breathing life into the struggles of today's world. It speaks to the heart of humanity, addressing fears, hopes, and the endless quest for understanding. Each time a word is spoken, a feeling stirs within, igniting a connection between the speaker and listener, a moment of shared humanity that transcends the divide of centuries. In this vast ocean of wisdom, the impact of Proverbs is like a ripple effect, touching lives in ways that are often unseen but deeply felt. The teachings, wrapped in layers of emotion and experience, create a bridge between past and present, reminding us that the essence of wisdom is timeless. With every reading, every reflection, Proverbs rekindles a spark of insight, urging the world to listen, to learn, and to grow. As the evening descends and the candle flickers low, the old man knows the scroll contains more than just words. It holds the power to transform lives, to inspire hearts, and to connect souls across the ages. The essence of Proverbs lingers in the air, a testament to the unyielding power of wisdom, waiting patiently for the next generation to embrace its teachings, to become the next keepers of this treasured legacy. The anticipation builds, and the cycle of wisdom continues, a never-ending story that intertwines the fates of all who dare to seek its truths. A soft breeze rustled through the olive trees, carrying with it the sweet scent of blossoming flowers. Beneath the ancient branches, lovers whispered words as delicate as the petals around them, their hearts entwined in a tapestry of passion and longing. In that sacred space, the echoes of history entwined with the fervent exchanges of the present, weaving an everlasting bond through the verses of a poem that has transcended time, the Song of Solomon. This extraordinary work, often celebrated for its lush imagery and profound exploration of love, is not merely a collection of verses. It stands as a bridge between cultures, a testament to the human experience that has resonated through the ages. Its verses vibrate with an emotional intensity that captures the essence of love in all its forms, the exhilaration of new romance, the warmth of companionship, and the deep ache of separation. Each line pulses with raw emotion, inviting readers to feel the heartbeat of intimacy, to taste the bittersweet nectar of longing, and to lose themselves in the beauty of connection. From the moment the first words are uttered, a sense of timelessness envelopes the reader. The lyrical language can make the heart race and bring tears to the eyes. It sings of love's beauty and pain, drawing from the rich cultural tapestry of ancient Israel, where the song was penned. The verses reflect a world where love was not just a fleeting feeling, but a divine force, a passion that mirrored the relationship between humanity and the divine. Written in a time when poetry was woven into the fabric of life, the Song of Solomon flourished as a cultural gem. It offered a glimpse into the everyday lives of its people, capturing the joys and struggles of love while framing them within a spiritual context. The images it conjures, vineyards, doves, and spices, paint a vivid picture of the landscapes that nurtured these emotions. They become symbols of love, each one resonating with layers of meaning that echo through generations. Every stanza vibrates with the rhythm of a heartbeat, creating a pulse that draws the reader deeper into the narrative. The poet's voice, rich and melodic, speaks of a beloved whose beauty is unparalleled, whose presence is intoxicating. The admiration expressed is visceral, almost overwhelming. Descriptions of lips like scarlet ribbons and skin as smooth as ivory caress the senses, igniting a spark of desire that feels both ancient and immediate. As the verses unfold, the interplay of longing and fulfillment sways like a dance, sometimes slow and tender, other times fervent and urgent. It is in this tension that the true power of the poem lies. The lovers yearn for each other, their souls echoing the very song of creation. This yearning is universal, transcending the boundaries of time and culture, reminding us that the pursuit of love is a journey fraught with joy and heartache. The cultural significance of the Song of Solomon emerges not only from its poetic beauty, but also from its ability to spark conversations about love, desire, and the human condition. In a time when discussions about intimacy were often shrouded in silence, the boldness of this work was revolutionary. It challenged norms, inviting readers to embrace their feelings and to engage with their passions openly. The poem becomes a sanctuary where lovers can find solace, a place to celebrate desire without shame, to honor the divine spark that ignites their hearts. What adds another layer of depth to this remarkable work is its connection to rituals and traditions that have accompanied love throughout the ages. The verses are not just poetic. They are a celebration of life itself, of courtship, marriage, and the sacred bond that love creates. The imagery evokes the beauty of nature and the cycles of life, serving as a reminder that love is intertwined with the very fabric of existence. As the sun sets over the horizon, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape, the verses of the Song of Solomon linger in the air like a sweet perfume. The rhythm of the poem pulses in sync with the hearts of lovers who share stolen glances and whispered promises. The anticipation is palpable, a tangible force that draws them closer, embodying the very spirit of the song. The cultural impact of the Song of Solomon extends far beyond its initial audience. Throughout centuries, it has inspired countless interpretations, each reflecting the prevailing attitudes toward love and relationships of their time. Scholars and poets have turned to its verses, seeking to unlock the mysteries of human connection and to explore the divine aspects of love. In this way, the poem transcends its own narrative, becoming a living entity that evolves as it passes through different cultures and eras. In the modern world, where love can often feel fleeting and transactional, the Song of Solomon serves as a powerful reminder of love's depth and complexity. It urges readers to embrace their emotions, to cherish the beauty of connection, and to recognize that love is both a gift and a challenge. The poem's verses resonate with a timeless wisdom, echoing through the corridors of history and reminding every soul that has ever loved that there is beauty in vulnerability. As night falls and the stars twinkle above, the echoes of the Song of Solomon linger in the hearts of those who have dared to love deeply. The tapestry of human emotions unfurls, weaving stories of joy, heartache, and longing that remind us of our shared humanity. The music of the poem continues to play, a symphony of love that knows no bounds. With each heartbeat, with each whispered word, love continues to write its own verses, intertwining with the echoes of those who came before. And as the lovers beneath the olive trees lean closer, their hearts entwined in the age-old dance of affection, the song lives on, an eternal testament to the power of love in all its breathtaking forms. The sun dipped low behind the golden domes of Jerusalem, casting long shadows that danced across the polished stones of King Solomon's court. A soft murmur of voices swirled in the air, punctuated by the occasional crash of laughter or the clink of precious metal. Here, in this vibrant epicenter of power, the pulse of life beat with both grandeur and intimacy, where every whispered secret and every royal decree resonated like a heartbeat through the city. At the center of it all was King Solomon, a figure both revered and feared. His wisdom was legendary, attracting visitors from far-off lands, each eager to witness the man who could untangle the most complex of riddles. Yet there was a weight in his gaze, a hint of the burdens he carried. His court was a tapestry woven with vibrant threads of loyalty, ambition, and envy. It was a delicate balance that could tip at any moment, setting off a chain of events that would reverberate across the ages. The royal family, adorned in silks and jewels that shimmered like the stars above, moved through the court with grace and purpose. Queen Bathsheba was the jewel among them. Her beauty was not just in her appearance but in her intellect, a mind sharp enough to match her husband's. The way she navigated the court was like a skilled dancer, sidestepping rivalries and forging alliances that kept the balance of power intact. Yet, there were whispers of a growing discontent among the nobles, their eyes darting like shadows, plotting behind silk curtains. In the midst of it all sat the young Prince Rehoboam, Solomon's son, wide-eyed and eager to understand the complexities of leadership. He watched his father with a mix of admiration and apprehension. The weight of the crown seemed too heavy for his small shoulders, and as he listened to the debates flowing around him, tales of trade agreements, security, and the ever-looming threat of invasion, he felt a knot tightening in his stomach. Would he ever measure up? Would the people love him as they loved his father? Or would he become a cautionary tale, a king who squandered the legacy left to him? Outside the opulent chambers, life in the court continued at a frenetic pace. Servants moved swiftly, their arms laden with platters of honeyed figs, roasted lamb, and the finest wines. The kitchen bustled with the sounds of chopping and sizzling, the air fragrant with spices that could make anyone's mouth water. Laughter erupted as entertainers dazzled onlookers with feats of acrobatics, their movements fluid and enchanting. Yet beyond the laughter, there lay tension simmering beneath the surface. Nobles eyeing each other with calculated glances, plotting their next move as if they were pieces on a chessboard. Amidst the clamor, an unexpected arrival brought the court to a standstill. A foreign envoy, cloaked in robes of deep indigo, stepped forward, carrying a message from a distant land. The air thickened with anticipation. All eyes turned to Solomon, their king, who commanded silence with a raised hand. The envoy's voice rang out, clear and piercing, carrying a warning of impending war, a threat that could unravel the delicate threads of peace Solomon had woven with such care. The tension in the room was palpable. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and the nobles shifted uneasily. In that moment, the court felt less like a place of grandeur and more like a stage set for tragedy. Solomon's brow furrowed as he weighed the gravity of the envoy's words, his heart heavy with the knowledge that his decisions could lead to ruin or salvation. As he rose to address the court, the weight of history hung in the balance. His voice resonated, calm yet commanding, echoing through the vast hall. He spoke of unity, of strength in the face of adversity, of the power of wisdom to forge peace over war. Yet he could feel the skepticism that lingered in the air, like a storm cloud ready to burst. The nobles shifted, their loyalty wavering as they contemplated their own ambitions, caught between the fear of war and the hunger for power. Days turned into weeks, and the court became a scene of both preparation and uncertainty. Meetings were held, strategies devised, and alliances forged in the shadows. Prince Rehoboam watched, his youthful eyes absorbing every lesson, every whisper, as he felt the weight of expectation settling on him like a cloak. The nights were fraught with dreams of battles fought and lost, of a kingdom that could slip through his fingers like sand. In the depths of the royal quarters, Bathsheba sensed the turmoil within her son. She called him to her, holding him close as the flickering candlelight cast soft shadows around them. "You are destined for greatness, my dear," she whispered, her voice laced with both hope and trepidation. "Trust in your heart and in the wisdom of your father. But remember, the crown is not merely a symbol of power. It is a burden, one that requires both strength and compassion." As the days dragged on, the court became a pressure cooker, emotions boiling over as tension mounted. The nobles, sensing the king's unease, began to plot, their ambitions igniting like a wildfire. Rehoboam found himself caught in the middle, torn between his loyalty to his father and the whispers of dissent that echoed around him. The court was a place of beauty and betrayal, laughter and plotting, where every face could hide a dagger, and every word could be a step toward ruin. And just as the tension reached its peak, the news that everyone dreaded arrived. A rival kingdom had declared war, and their forces were marching toward Jerusalem. Panic erupted in the court, the sound of hurried footsteps and raised voices blending into a chaotic symphony. Solomon stood tall, his heart racing, as he faced the sea of anxious faces, each one reflecting fear, doubt, and the desire for survival. In that moment, he knew the time for decisions had come, and the fate of his kingdom hinged on his next move. As he opened his mouth to speak, the weight of generations pressed upon him, a legacy of wisdom and pride, love and loss. The court held its breath, waiting for the words that would shape their destiny. For in that instant, the past and the future collided, and the echoes of history whispered louder than ever before. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the ancient city of Jerusalem. The air was thick with anticipation, an electric tension that seemed to resonate through the very stones of the city. It was a day that would be etched in the annals of history, a day when wisdom would meet splendor, a day when the Queen of Sheba would arrive. As her caravan approached, the very ground seemed to tremble beneath the weight of her reputation. The queen was a figure of legend, known far and wide not just for her beauty, but for her unmatched intelligence and insight. Tales of her wealth and wisdom filled the air, swirling like the dust kicked up by her retinue of camels and chariots. Every citizen of Jerusalem paused in their daily tasks, eyes wide, hearts racing, as they caught their first glimpse of her radiant procession. Silk banners fluttered like wings in the wind, and the sweet scent of spices danced through the streets, heralding her arrival. In the palace, King Solomon awaited her with bated breath. He was a man of profound wisdom, known for his judgments that were said to be touched by the divine. Yet, as confident as he was in his own knowledge, a flicker of unease crept into his heart. What if the queen brought with her a wisdom that could outshine his? The thought sent shivers down his spine. He had prepared for her visit for months, gathering treasures and curiosities from across his kingdom to impress her. But would it be enough? When the queen finally stepped into the palace, time itself seemed to pause. She carried an aura that demanded respect and admiration. Dressed in flowing robes of deep crimson and gold, she looked like a goddess come to life. Her dark, piercing eyes seemed to hold 1,000 untold stories, and her voice, when she spoke, was like music, enchanting all who heard it. "King Solomon," she said, her tone both regal and warm, "I have traveled far to seek your wisdom." The two rulers stood face to face, a palpable tension hanging between them. Solomon, with his keen intellect, felt both intrigued and challenged. Would their conversations yield the insights both had sought? The queen's gaze did not waver. She was a force of nature, undeterred by the reputation of the great king before her. Days turned into nights filled with discussions that danced between the profound and the personal. They shared riddles and parables, secrets of governance, tales of their homelands. With every exchange, the air buzzed with the thrill of intellectual combat. It was not mere conversation. It was a battle of wits, each ruler trying to outdo the other, each revelation adding fuel to the fire of their mutual respect. The walls of the palace echoed with laughter, debate, and the rustle of scrolls and tomes being unfurled. Yet, beneath the layers of wisdom and wit, there lay an undercurrent of something deeper, the burgeoning bond between them electric and undeniable. As they shared meals of exotic fruits and roasted meats, their eyes would meet, lingering just a moment longer than necessary, and in those shared glances, something unspoken flickered like a candle flame. They were drawn together, two powerful souls, trading not just knowledge but something infinitely more precious: understanding. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft light through the palace windows, the queen spoke of her homeland, a place of vibrant markets and towering temples. Her words painted vivid pictures, and Solomon found himself captivated not just by her descriptions but by the passion with which she spoke. "In my land," she said softly, "we value wisdom above all things. It is the light that guides our people." As she spoke, Solomon felt the weight of his own kingdom's expectations. He had all the riches a man could desire, but was wisdom truly his greatest treasure? In return, Solomon shared stories of his own life, weaving tales of trials and triumphs, of the people who depended on his judgments. He spoke of the burdens he carried, the loneliness that sometimes pressed down on him. The queen listened, her expression unyielding yet soft, as if she could see the man behind the crown. "Even the wisest king needs a confidant," she offered, her voice a balm to his weary soul. The nights grew longer as their discussions turned into whispers, and soon the whispers became confessions. The boundaries between ruler and queen blurred, and a friendship blossomed in that sacred space. The exchange of wisdom was not just about knowledge but about sharing dreams, fears, and the weight of their respective thrones. One fateful morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the palace gates, the queen presented Solomon with a gift that would forever change the course of their relationship. It was a simple yet exquisite piece of jewelry, crafted from the finest gold and adorned with precious stones that shimmered like stars. "This," she said, placing it in his hand, "represents the bond we have forged. May it remind you that true wisdom often lies in the heart." Solomon's heart raced as he held the gift, realizing this was more than just an ornament. It was a token of their connection, a promise that transcended distance and duty. He looked into her eyes, and in that moment, the world outside faded away. The weight of their kingdoms felt lighter, the pressures of leadership dimmed. They were simply two souls intertwined in a tapestry of understanding and respect. As the sun began to set on their time together, the atmosphere shifted. The impending departure loomed like a shadow over their hearts. Solomon felt the sting of sadness creeping in, knowing that their days of laughter and shared wisdom were drawing to a close. But the queen, ever perceptive, sensed his turmoil. "Do not mourn what we have shared," she said gently, "for wisdom is not bound by time or space. It will resonate through our lands, echoing in the hearts of our people." With those words, she turned away, her silhouette framed against the fading light, leaving Solomon with a mixture of hope and longing. He knew their paths would diverge, yet he felt a connection that would persist. The legacy of their encounter, an exchange not just of wisdom but of souls, would ripple through history, influencing generations to come. And so, as the Queen of Sheba prepared to leave, the tension in the air shifted, mingling with unspoken emotions and lingering glances. Their time together had been a dance of intellect and spirit, but it was far from over. In the silence that followed her departure, the seeds of an enduring legacy had been sown, one that would weave through the tapestry of time, binding the realms of Sheba and Israel in an unbreakable bond of mutual respect and understanding. In the opulent halls of Jerusalem, where golden sunlight poured through magnificent windows, a bittersweet tension hung in the air. King Solomon, with his piercing gaze and regal presence, sat upon his grand throne, surrounded by precious artifacts from lands far and wide. Yet beneath the splendor of his court, there simmered a web of alliances spun from love, politics, and power. Solomon had crafted his kingdom not just through wisdom but with the delicate threads of marriage. Each wife was more than a partner. She was a bridge to a foreign land, a promise of peace, and a symbol of might. The whispers of court echoed the stories of these unions, tales filled with hope and the unyielding weight of sacrifice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow onto the marble floors, Solomon found himself entranced by the beauty of his latest bride, the Egyptian princess, Naamah. Her dark hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her laughter filled the palace with light. Yet, Solomon knew this marriage was more than a romantic affair. It was a strategic alliance to secure his borders against potential threats. Naamah's presence brought with it not only companionship but also the political clout of Egypt behind him. But what happened when the heart and the crown collided? Solomon felt the pang of conflict, a heart tugging at the seams of his carefully stitched plans. For every smile exchanged at the dinner table, there was the weight of the expectation that came with each union. He had taken foreign wives from Moab, Ammon, and Edom, each one a reminder of the delicate balance he had to maintain. A single misstep in affection could spell disaster for the peace he fought so hard to uphold. As midnight cloaked the city, Solomon sought refuge in the quiet of his grand library, where scrolls whispered stories of kings and their downfalls. His heart ached as he recalled the fate of those who had let love cloud their judgment, kings who had lost their thrones, who had faced betrayal not from enemies, but from within. With each decision he made, he felt the shadows of past leaders loom over him, their tragic tales a constant reminder of the precarious nature of power. The weight of his choices intensified when he turned his gaze to the striking beauty of his Moabite wife, Ruth. She was fierce in spirit yet tender in heart, a woman of strength who held onto her faith despite the world around her. Yet Solomon pondered, would her loyalty one day waver against the tides of political necessity? The echoes of doubt pounded at the walls of his heart. Marriage to Ruth was more than a single bond. It was a political statement, a challenge to the status quo. What would happen if her people sought freedom, if loyalties shifted with the winds of war? Solomon's sleepless nights grew longer as he weighed the consequences of each alliance. Deep within, he felt the looming specter of his future, the inevitable fallout of choices made in the name of unity. The burden of kingship was heavy, and every marriage forged in political strategy felt like a chain wrapped around his heart. With each passing day, the palace grew more vibrant, filled with laughter and the sound of children playing. Yet alongside the joy was an undercurrent of fear that the very children born of these unions might become pawns in a broader game of power. Solomon's heart twisted at the thought. He longed for a world where love could reign untainted by politics. But reality painted a stark picture. His sons could become rivals for the throne, vying for the allegiances of their mother's kin, leading to potential conflict. The night air was thick with tension as whispers of dissent began to spread among the people. How can a king rule with so many foreign wives? Will his heart belong to his kingdom, or will it be swayed by the desires of Egypt, Moab, or Edom? With every flicker of a torchlight, Solomon felt the eyes of his subjects upon him, questioning his choices, his alliances, and the very essence of his rule. As tensions brewed, so did passion. Solomon found himself drawn to the alluring charms of yet another wife, a princess from Sidon named Jezebel. Her cleverness and ambition captivated him, igniting a fire that he thought had long been extinguished by his political machinations. But with each stolen glance and secret meeting, he felt the walls of his carefully constructed empire quivering, threatening to collapse under the weight of forbidden love. Jezebel, with her fierce independence, became a tempest in Solomon's life. They shared dreams of a united people, yet her desire for power clashed with his responsibilities. Could their love withstand the storm that loomed on the horizon? Solomon's heart raced at the possibilities, but with each moment of passion, he felt the icy grip of fear choke him. Would he be remembered as a wise king or a foolish one led astray by desire? As the years rolled on, the tapestry of Solomon's life became more intricate and tangled. Each marriage opened doors to new lands but also exposed him to the vulnerabilities of his own heart. The more he loved, the more he risked. The court flourished with the fruits of these unions, yet beneath the facade of prosperity, the tension grew thicker than the richest tapestry hanging in his palace. He felt the looming shadow of his own legacy, a legacy built on alliances that might one day tear apart the very fabric of his kingdom. Would he be seen as a master of diplomacy, or would history label him as a king who lost his way among the many faces of love? The whispers of the court echoed in his mind, a haunting reminder of the world that surrounded him. Each marriage was a chapter, each woman a verse in the ballad of his reign. As the sun set on another day, Solomon faced the relentless tide of his choices, feeling the weight of each relationship both as a blessing and a curse. The clock ticked on, and the future whispered its own secrets, beckoning him into the unknown. The path ahead was shadowed, and with every breath, he sensed the delicate balance of love and power teetering on the edge, waiting for the moment to tip. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an amber glow over the ancient sands of Egypt, where the silhouette of the Great Pyramid loomed like a guardian of secrets long forgotten. In this land where pharaohs ruled and the Nile flowed like a lifeblood, the whispers of foreign cultures danced through the air, weaving a tapestry of influence that transcended time and borders. The very stones of the pyramids seemed to pulse with stories, tales of Assyrian warriors and Persian traders, of far-off lands that touched the heart of Egypt and left indelible marks on its soul. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, a caravan of merchants approached the bustling markets of Thebes. They brought with them not only goods but also ideas and customs that would spark both admiration and conflict. The vibrant colors of their silks and spices drew the eyes of the local populace, igniting a fervor that mingled with curiosity and fear. What is it about the unknown that stirs the heart so? Perhaps it's the thrill of what might be gained, or the dread of what could be lost. In the shadow of the temples, a young Egyptian girl named Nefertari felt the pull of these foreign influences. She watched as the Assyrian merchants traded their intricate pottery, each piece telling stories of conquests and myths. They spoke in a language that rolled off their tongues like an exotic melody. Nefertari longed to understand, to break the barrier of words, to connect with the richness of their world. But she also felt the weight of her own culture pressing down on her, a reminder of her identity, her roots, and the legacy of her ancestors. Meanwhile, in the corridors of power, the pharaohs sat on their gilded thrones, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the sun set, a symbol of change. The influence of the Assyrians, with their fierce military prowess, seeped into the strategies of the Egyptian armies. The pharaohs had to adapt, to learn from these warriors who could march across deserts like phantoms and strike like lightning. In a room thick with tension, advisors debated the merits of adopting Assyrian tactics. Would it strengthen their hold on the Nile, or would it taint their sacred ways? Across the desert, the Assyrians were not merely conquerors. They were also curious students of the cultures they touched. They absorbed the artistry of the Egyptians, their hieroglyphs speaking of gods and dreams. The grand palaces of Nineveh were adorned with wall reliefs that depicted scenes reminiscent of the Nile's lush banks, brought to life by artisans who traveled far and wide to capture the essence of what they saw. The interplay of culture was like a delicate dance, each step forward a blend of admiration and appropriation, an intricate balance that could tip into chaos at any moment. And yet, it was not merely the exchange of goods and practices that created waves. It was the very souls of the people who found themselves caught in the currents of these evolving relationships. As Nefertari wandered through her home, she learned from her grandmother the ancient stories of the gods, tales that shaped her understanding of right and wrong. But in the bustling marketplace, she heard the laughter of children speaking a language she didn't know, their play punctuated by the foreign sounds that rippled through the air. It ignited a fire within her. Could she be both? A child of the Nile, yet a seeker of worlds beyond? The tension of these clashing cultures was palpable, a thunderstorm waiting to unleash its fury. The Egyptian priests, guardians of tradition, felt the winds shift. They were wary of the Assyrian influence creeping into their rituals, threatening the stability of the divine order they had upheld for centuries. What of the gods? They cried, voices rising in fervor. Will they recognize us if we wear the masks of strangers? But just as storms can cleanse the air, so too could this mingling of cultures inspire new forms of art, philosophy, and spirituality. In the soft glow of twilight, Nefertari found herself dreaming of a world where the gods of Egypt danced with the deities of Assyria, a union of spirit that could transcend borders. She saw herself not just as an Egyptian girl, but as a bridge between worlds, a vessel for understanding. In this delicate interplay, something profound began to evolve. The borders that once defined people started to blur. An artist in Memphis might find inspiration in Assyrian motifs, while an Assyrian architect might mimic the grandeur of Egyptian temples. Thus, the culture of Egypt began to absorb and adapt, transforming the fabric of its existence in ways that echoed through time. But the excitement of integration brought with it its own shadows, jealousies and suspicions that simmered just below the surface. As the Assyrian army marched further into Egyptian territories, the sense of danger loomed large. Would it be assimilation or conquest? Would Nefertari and her people welcome these foreign influences, or would they rise in defense of their heritage, spurred by fear and pride? On a stormy night, as thunder rumbled in the distance, the high priests gathered to perform ancient rituals, hoping to invoke the favor of the gods. The air crackled with energy, the weight of centuries pressing down on them. They were desperate to hold onto their beliefs, to maintain the purity of their culture. Yet the winds of change howled through the cracks of their temples. Would the old ways be enough to shield them from the tide of foreign influence that threatened to engulf them? Yet, in the darkest moments, the flicker of hope remained. Nefertari stood at the crossroads of her destiny, a representation of both cultures intertwined. She could feel the pulse of the Nile beneath her feet and the roar of the Assyrian warriors echoing in her heart. Change was inevitable, as constant as the rise and fall of the sun, and she, like so many others, would have to navigate the tumultuous waters of heritage and change. What would she choose? A world divided or one united in its diversity? The answer lay not in the past but in the choices made in the moments yet to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the ancient city of Jerusalem, where shadows flickered like whispers against the worn stones of the temple. As the fragrance of incense wafted through the air, the sound of chanting rose like smoke, enveloping worshippers in a sacred embrace. On this day, the temple stood not merely as a structure of stone and gold, but as the very heartbeat of a people, a divine nexus where heaven kissed earth. In this bustling space, the faithful gathered, drawn together by a thread of yearning that connected them to their ancestors, to the promises of their God. Each face reflected a tapestry of hope, fear, and unshakable faith, eyes glistening with the weight of centuries. The priests, dressed in their finest robes adorned with intricate embroidery, moved with a purpose that was both solemn and awe-inspiring. They were the mediators, the conduits for the people's fervent prayers. With each step, they strode across the polished stones, their sandals whispering the stories of countless generations. As the sun dipped lower, the temple's grand gates swung open, revealing a magnificent courtyard teeming with life. There was a palpable energy in the air, the kind that sent shivers down spines and raised goosebumps on skin. Families lingered, their hearts united in a common quest for connection, for divine favor. Children darted around, their laughter an innocent contrast to the solemnity of the rituals unfolding before them. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Today was no ordinary day. A trumpet's blare echoed, slicing through the murmurs of the crowd, heralding the beginning of the evening sacrifices. The offering of lambs, goats, and doves was not merely a ritual, but a profound expression of gratitude and atonement. Each animal was chosen with care, its purity a reflection of the worshippers' hearts. As the priests prepared the sacrifices, the faithful clutched their offerings tightly, their fingers trembling with the weight of what they were about to lay down. Sins, desires, hopes. In this place, the temple represented more than mere stone. It was a divine dwelling, a place of promise where their ancestors had once met God. Memories wove through the spaces between breaths. Moses, David, and Solomon. All had walked these grounds, each leaving an indelible mark upon the sacred history of Israel. The temple was a reminder of God's covenant, a promise that had traveled through time, binding generations in faith and fear. As the sun finally surrendered to the horizon, the flicker of oil lamps began to ignite the courtyard, their warm glow creating an inviting contrast to the cool evening air. The priests raised their voices, chanting ancient verses that echoed through the temple's high ceilings, reverberating in the very bones of the structure. Each word carried the weight of the past, a bridge connecting the present to the sacred traditions established long ago. Among the crowd, a young woman stood trembling, her heart racing. She had journeyed far, her family's hopes resting heavily upon her shoulders. Today, she would offer a sacrifice on behalf of her ailing father, her eyes brimming with tears and prayers. As she approached the altar, she felt the weight of generations fueling her resolve. The flickering flames danced to the rhythm of her heartbeat, each pulse a reminder of her purpose. She could almost feel the breath of the ancestors behind her, urging her forward. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd as the high priest stepped forward, the golden breastplate glinting in the firelight. All eyes turned to him, breaths held in anticipation. He lifted his hands toward the heavens, a gesture that transcended time and space, connecting the people to their Creator. With a voice imbued with authority and reverence, he began to pray, each word falling like rain upon the parched souls before him. The air thickened, crackling with a divine presence that made hearts leap and minds whirl. In that moment, the young woman felt something shift within her. It was as if the very stones of the temple were alive, pulsating with the prayers of the faithful, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. She closed her eyes and felt the weight of her offering, the sacrifice of her father's illness resting in her hands. With each word spoken by the high priest, she surrendered her fears, believing that somehow, somewhere, her voice would be heard among the multitude. As the sun melted away into night, the bright stars began to twinkle above, casting their ethereal light upon the temple. The sacrifices ignited in flames, sending spirals of smoke into the heavens. The aroma of charred flesh mixed with the sweetness of incense created a symphony of scents that wrapped around worshippers like a comforting blanket. They stood shoulder to shoulder, hands clasped, hearts united, a single entity bonded by faith and hope. And as the night deepened, the temple became a sanctuary, a refuge from the chaos of the world outside. The faithful lingered, eyes closed in prayer, voices raised in song, surrendering their burdens to the divine. The walls absorbed their cries, their laughter, their grief, sealing them in a cocoon of shared humanity. It was here, in this sacred space, that the stories of the Israelite people melded with the divine. Each ritual, each sacrifice, each prayer became a thread woven into the fabric of their identity. The temple was not just a building. It was the very essence of who they were, a living testament to their faith. And as the flickering candles illuminated the faces of the worshippers, an overwhelming sense of belonging wrapped around them, igniting a flame of hope that refused to be extinguished. In this night of devotion, the boundaries between the sacred and the mundane blurred, revealing a truth that transcended time, a truth that would echo through the ages and bind their hearts in an unbreakable bond. And as the final prayer rose into the starlit sky, it carried with it the hopes of a nation, a reminder that even in darkness, the light of faith would forever shine, guiding them home. A lone figure stood atop a windswept hill, gazing down at the valley below, where two ancient temples faced each other like stubborn rivals. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden rays over the stones that had witnessed centuries of worship, sacrifice, and conflict. The air crackled with a tension that had been building for generations, a tension steeped in history, faith, and the unyielding desire for power. This was no ordinary hill. It was a high place, a sacred site where divinity met humanity and where the echoes of prayers mingled with the whispers of dissent. Here, among the crumbling stones and wildflowers, the past and present collided fiercely. Each temple, adorned with intricate carvings and dedicated to different gods, stood as a testament to the devotion of its followers, but also as a source of bitter contention. The people who gathered for worship were driven by their beliefs, but their hearts carried the weight of an age-old feud. The priests, draped in robes as colorful as their ambitions, sought to protect their spaces of reverence, while the voices of dissent rang out like thunder, demanding change, equality, and recognition. Generations of worshippers had come to these high places, drawn by the promise of miracles and the hope of connection with the divine. Yet, amid the fervent prayers, there lay a simmering conflict, one that pierced through the tranquility of the sacred sites like a sharp blade. The land itself bore scars from battles fought over territory, over the right to call upon the divine in their chosen way. Each victory and defeat added layers to the land's significance, intertwining the stories of its people with the stones beneath their feet. As twilight descended, the flickering flames of candles ignited the air with an otherworldly glow. The smell of incense wafted through the valley, mixing with the earthy scent of the ground, creating a heady atmosphere that stirred the soul. Yet, for many, This was not just a moment of peace. It was a battlefield cloaked in reverence. There were whispers of ancient prophecies declaring that the gods favored one temple over the other, igniting a fierce loyalty among the gathered worshippers. The very essence of their faith was at stake, and with it, their identities. In the shadows, a group of dissenters gathered, their faces illuminated by the weak light of the dying day. They had felt the burden of their ancestors' choices, the weight of centuries of tradition pressing down on them like a heavy stone. They spoke in hushed tones, their words laced with urgency. They yearned for a new path, a chance to forge a relationship with the divine that honored their own experiences. They believed that the high places should not belong to one group alone but should be shared, a sacred ground for all. The air grew thick with emotion as the clock struck an hour for prayer. The sound echoed through the valley, calling worshippers to their respective temples. A sea of people surged forward, hearts pounding, driven by faith, fear, and a deep sense of belonging. As they approached the towering structures, the energy shifted palpably. For some, it was a homecoming. For others, it was a reminder of exclusion and bitterness. The temple's high priest raised his voice, chanting ancient hymns that resonated through the air, stirring memories of ancestors and promises made long ago. His followers closed their eyes, surrendering to the rhythm of the prayers, feeling the sacred energy envelop them. Yet in the corners of the temple, anxious faces echoed a different story. The dissenters stood outside, their hearts heavy with longing and sorrow. They knew that to worship in peace, changes had to be made, walls broken down, and bridges built. A sudden commotion arose as a young girl, no more than 12, stepped forward, her voice trembling but firm. She spoke of a vision, a dream where all worshippers joined hands, their voices united in harmony rather than conflict. Her words cut through the atmosphere like a striking bolt of lightning, and for a heartbeat, time seemed to stand still. The crowd fell silent, the high priests chanting faltering as the girl's innocence struck a chord deep within their hearts. Her plea was not merely for coexistence. It was a call for healing, for understanding, for love. Tension rippled through the crowd, and a subtle shift occurred. Some worshippers began to lower their heads, contemplating the depth of their convictions. They felt the weight of the girl's words, the possibilities they held, the promise of a future where high places could be truly sacred, a sanctuary for all. But not everyone was ready to embrace the change. From the depths of the crowd, a roar emerged, a voice steeped in authority and tradition. The high priest, angered and defiant, dismissed the girl's vision as folly, insisting that the truth had been carved into the stones long before she was born. He argued passionately, his voice rising above the murmurs, intertwining faith with the fierce protection of what had always been. The flames of controversy flickered higher, igniting a spark that could either light a path to understanding or engulf them all in a fire of rage. With every word exchanged, the air thickened, charged with emotion and uncertainty. The valley, once a serene landscape, transformed into a crucible where beliefs collided and destinies were forged. As night fell, the stars began to blink awake, looking down upon the high places that had been the epicenter of devotion and division. In this very moment, the land seemed to breathe, as if waiting to see whether love or hate would emerge victorious. The ancient stones, silent witnesses to the unfolding drama, seemed to tremble with anticipation. They had seen it all. The rise and fall of empires, the fervent prayers, the sacrificial offerings, the moments of doubt and fear. They knew that the outcome of this clash of beliefs would ripple through time, shaping the future of worship in ways no one could predict. And as the night deepened, the echoes of passion and conflict reverberated through the valley, capturing the hearts of all who stood witness. In that timeless moment, as the stakes grew ever higher, the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. The high places, once mere structures of stone and wood, were now the embodiment of hope and despair, a reminder of the thin line that separates faith from fanaticism. The battle for these sacred sites was far from over, but within the chaos, a flicker of hope gleamed, an invitation for everyone to partake in a new beginning, one where the high places could rise above conflict and become sanctuaries for all. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the city of Jerusalem, a place buzzing with the energy of life and the whispers of history. Crowds thronged the bustling streets, their voices mingling with the scent of spices and the distant sound of hammers striking stone. This was no ordinary day. It was a moment suspended in time, an echo of the legacy left behind by a king whose name was synonymous with glory. King David's heart still beat in the fabric of this land, but the air grew heavy with anticipation as his son, Solomon, began to carve his own path. Solomon, tall and regal, stood at the edge of the grand palace, his gaze sweeping over the city that was once only a shepherd's dream. Yet, beneath the surface of royal splendor lay a tumultuous sea of emotions and expectations. He inherited not just a throne, but a complex tapestry woven with triumphs and failures, loyalty and betrayal. The legacy of David loomed large, a ghost that both guided and haunted him. As Solomon ventured into his reign, he bore the weight of his father's dreams. David had united the tribes of Israel, forging them into a nation that resonated with the echoes of war and peace alike. The songs of victory still hung in the air, but whispers of doubt began to surface. Would Solomon, the wise and the wealthy, uphold David's legacy, or would he falter in the shadows of his father's greatness? Despite the lessons carved into his heart by sage advisors, Solomon's decisions unfolded amidst the tensions of loyalty and ambition. His first act as king was to solidify the realm, establishing alliances through marriage and diplomacy. Yet, with every union, a new layer of complexity emerged. Each alliance brought not just strength but also the whisper of dissent. The people looked at their young king, hungry for assurance that he was not merely a puppet dancing to the strings of power. In the quiet of the night, Solomon pondered the wisdom he sought. The temple that would rise, a magnificent symbol of devotion, was more than stone and cedar. It was a bridge between heaven and earth. But constructing it was no simple feat. With every stone laid, Solomon faced the echoes of David's dreams, the unfinished hopes that haunted his thoughts. The weight of his father's unfulfilled aspiration pressed heavily on his heart, both a blessing and a curse. The preparations for the temple swirled around him. Craftsmen from all corners of the land gathered, their hands skilled and their hearts inspired. Yet, each hammer stroke rang out reminders of the intricate balance between faith and power. The tension built, a palpable force that gripped the city. Would this temple be a sanctuary or a symbol of Solomon's ambition, a fortress to rival his father's glory? Meanwhile, the people of Israel stirred restlessly. Merchants in market squares spoke of heavy taxes and labor demands. The farmers, toiling in fields once fertile, grumbled about the weight of their king's grand aspirations. Beneath the golden surface of prosperity, discontent simmered like a pot on the verge of boiling over. Solomon, with his wisdom, sensed the discord but found himself at a crossroads, torn between the grandeur of his dream and the needs of his people. His palace, adorned with wealth beyond measure, stood as a testament to his vision. Yet, in the dim light of the evening, Solomon wrestled with doubt. The crown that gleamed upon his brow felt heavier than it appeared. He sought the counsel of those closest to him, his heart open to the voices of the wise and the weary alike. Each conversation unfolded with promises and fears, shaking the foundation of his resolve. In the silence of those moments, Solomon remembered his father's battles, the struggles, the bloodshed, the sweet taste of victory mingling with the bitterness of loss. David had been a warrior, a king forged in the fires of conflict. But Solomon, he sought peace, harmony, and the wisdom of ages. Yet could peace be achieved without the sword? The echoes of his father's life resonated in his mind, urging him to find strength in unity, to weave together the fractured pieces of a nation. Days turned into weeks, and the temple rose, a monument to hope and faith, but also a reminder of the fine line between devotion and domination. The people gathered, their eyes wide with wonder, yet a storm brewed in their hearts. They watched Solomon, a king born of privilege but yearning for acceptance. Would his reign mark the beginning of a new era or the unraveling of an age-old legacy? As whispers of unrest grew louder, Solomon sought the wisdom of the elders, men who had witnessed both the glories and the pitfalls of David's reign. They urged him to listen to the voices of the common people, to remember that a king's strength lies not in riches but in the hearts of his subjects. Each word echoed in his mind, resonating with the weight of truth. Solomon felt the urgency to act, to honor the legacy of his father while forging a new path that embraced every voice, however soft or loud. In a moment of clarity, Solomon stood before the people, the sun casting a warm halo around him. He spoke, his voice steady, a melody of promise that mixed with the rustling leaves. He acknowledged their fears, their struggles, and their dreams. As he reached out to the crowd, a wave of emotion surged through the assembly. Murmurs turned to shouts of hope, a collective breath held and released. But lurking in the shadows was an unyielding truth. While Solomon sought to weave a legacy of peace, the world outside his palace walls grew restless. The whispers of change began to stir, echoing the challenges that lay ahead. Unbeknownst to him, the currents of history were shifting, ready to pull him in directions he had yet to imagine. The legacy of David was not merely a mantle to wear. It was a living force, a reminder that the past could not be erased, only transformed. And as the sun set behind the golden walls of Jerusalem, the city stood at a precipice, its heart beating in sync with the pulse of its king. A king who dared to dream of unity, yet could not escape the shadows of his father's legacy. The stage was set for a conflict that would shape the future, a tale of continuity and change that was just beginning to unfold, waiting to intertwine with the threads of history once more. The sun dipped low over Jerusalem, casting a golden hue across the ancient stones of the city. As shadows lengthened, whispers of prophecy braided through the air, a blend of fear and hope. In this tumultuous time, where kings ruled with power and passion, two men stood at the crossroads of fate, Nathan and Ahijah. Their voices, unyielding as the mountains, carried messages from the divine, echoing through the halls of palaces and the hearts of the people. Nathan had seen the glories of King David, the rise of a united kingdom, and now he watched with a discerning eye as Solomon took the throne. The young king, wise beyond his years, felt the weight of his father's legacy settle heavily on his shoulders. Yet Nathan, with his prophetic insight, sensed the undercurrents swirling beneath the surface of royal confidence. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very fabric of the kingdom trembled on the brink of revelation. One night, cloaked in the quiet of the palace, Nathan approached Solomon with a heart laden with truth. The chamber was dimly lit, flickering candles casting dancing shadows against the walls. "My king," he began, his voice steady but laced with a quiet urgency. "I bring a word from the Lord." Solomon, intrigued yet cautious, leaned forward. Nathan's eyes gleamed with the wisdom of ages, but also with the burden of his message. "Care for the people, for they are your flesh and blood. Lead with justice, for this kingdom is fragile." Solomon's brow furrowed as he absorbed Nathan's words. He was a builder, a dreamer, and each stone laid in the temple was a testament to his vision. Yet Nathan's warning echoed louder than the sound of chiseling stones. The young king could feel the tension rising, like storm clouds gathering at the horizon. Would he honor his father's legacy, or would ambition blind him to the needs of his people? Meanwhile, far from the luxurious halls of Jerusalem, Ahijah was engulfed in his own quiet turmoil. A prophet of the northern kingdom, he was known for his piercing insight and unflinching honesty. His home was humble, a stark contrast to the opulence of Solomon's court. But Ahijah's spirit was fierce, and the weight of prophecy coursed through his veins. One fateful day, while lost in prayer, the Lord spoke to him, a revelation that would shatter the tranquil surface of his world. "The kingdom shall be torn," the voice thundered in Ahijah's mind. "Solomon's heart will stray, leading to division and despair." As the words settled like a heavy stone in his heart, Ahijah felt the chill of destiny wrap around him. He knew what he had to do. With a fierce determination, he set out for Jerusalem, where the young king was blissfully unaware of the storm brewing just beyond his palace walls. The meeting between Ahijah and Jeroboam, an ambitious servant of Solomon, felt electric. Ahijah's eyes blazed with intensity as he spoke. "The Lord has chosen you, Jeroboam. You will rule over 10 tribes, for Solomon will turn from the Lord. His heart will be divided." Jeroboam's heart raced. The promise of power was intoxicating, but the path ahead was fraught with peril. Would he seize this chance, or would he let fear dictate his fate? Back in Jerusalem, Nathan was not idle. The whispers of discontent grew louder, and he stood as a watchman at the gate, alert to the threats that lurked in the shadows. He sensed the change in Solomon, the subtle shift from the wisdom of a ruler to the arrogance of a man intoxicated by power. It was a delicate balance, and Nathan's heart ached for what was to come. With each passing day, he wrestled with the burden of truth, knowing that the path of a prophet was often lonely and treacherous. Then came the moment that would seal Solomon's fate. Nathan stood before the king, his heart pounding like a war drum. "You are the shepherd of Israel, but your eyes have strayed," he proclaimed. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air, a palpable force that made the candle flames flicker wildly. Solomon, cornered yet proud, bristled at the accusation. "I am king. I have built the temple. I have sought wisdom." His voice echoed off the stone walls, filled with indignation. But Nathan remained resolute. A king is judged by his heart, not by his accomplishments. The tension crackled like lightning, and Solomon's facade wavered. In that instant, Nathan knew. The fragile piece of the kingdom teetered on the edge of a knife, and he felt the pulse of history quickening. Every choice made now would ripple through the ages, shaping the lives of countless generations. While Solomon battled his pride, Ahijah was busy warning Jeroboam. "Take heed," he urged, his voice a fierce whisper, "for the king will seek to destroy you. He will not welcome the news of your rise." The weight of destiny pressed heavily upon them both, and Jeroboam sensed the urgency in Ahijah's voice. The prophet's paths were intertwined, two threads weaving through the tapestry of a kingdom on the brink of fracture. As Solomon's reign began to fracture, whispers of dissent spread through the land. Nathan, ever vigilant, sensed the hearts of the people turning restless. They had once been united under a glorious vision, but now uncertainty loomed like a storm cloud. The people looked to their leaders, seeking guidance, but all they found were shadows of ambition and echoes of forgotten promises. Ahijah, standing firm in his own territory, watched the waves rise. He knew that the time was coming when the prophecies would collide, when Nathan's warnings would resonate in ways none could foresee. The hourglass of fate trickled down, each grain marking the moments until destiny would unfold. Jerusalem stood on the precipice, teetering between glory and ruin, as the voices of the prophets intertwined, forging a path that would reshape their world forever. In those moments, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, Nathan and Ahijah became more than mere men. They became beacons of truth in a time of uncertainty. Their choices, their words would echo through history, crafting a story that was as poignant as it was perilous, forever entwined in the legacy of a kingdom destined to rise and fall. And with every heartbeat, the anticipation of what was to come pulsed in the air, a reminder that the time for reckoning was fast approaching. In a bustling marketplace, the air thick with the scent of spices and the chatter of countless voices, a crowd gathered around a man cloaked in wisdom. His name was Solomon, and his very presence seemed to draw people like moths to a flame. Every eye was fixated on him, not merely for his royal stature but for the weight of insight that dripped from his lips like honey. Tales of his judgments spread like wildfire, igniting curiosity and stirring hearts. As Solomon sat upon a humble wooden stool, the sun casting a golden glow upon his features, a woman stepped forward, cradling a child in her arms. Tears streamed down her face, and her voice cracked with desperation. "My lord, I beg you, this child is mine." Her anguish resonated with the crowd, who leaned forward, hearts racing, eager to hear what the wise king would say. In that moment, Solomon's gaze sharpened, as if he could peer directly into the souls of those gathered. "Bring me a sword," he commanded, his voice steady, echoing through the marketplace. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. What was he planning to do? The tension was palpable, hearts pounding in unison, as a soldier hurried to fulfill the king's request. The sword gleamed ominously in the sunlight, and Solomon held it with a calmness that belied the storm brewing around him. "Cut the child in two," he declared. Gasps erupted once more, a mixture of horror and shock painting the faces of those present. "Give half to each mother." The true mother's heart shattered at his words. "No, please, my lord, give her the child. Just don't harm him." The crowd fell silent, struck by the depth of her love. In that moment, Solomon's eyes sparkled with understanding. He had sought the truth hidden beneath layers of rivalry and desperation, and he had found it. "She is the true mother," he proclaimed, lifting his hand as if to banish all doubt. The crowd erupted into applause, a wave of relief washing over them, for justice had prevailed through the wisdom of their king. But Solomon's judgments did not stop there. Each day he was faced with new challenges, like a chess game played on the grandest scale. One morning, two merchants clashed over a disputed shipment of rare spices. They stood before him, each claiming the riches of the other. Within their arguments simmered jealousy and ambition, the kind that could tear friendships apart. Solomon listened intently, his mind racing through possible solutions. "Let us weigh the spices," he proposed, his tone calm yet firm. "The one with the lighter load shall pay the other." The merchants exchanged puzzled glances, but they complied. When the scales tipped, it became clear who was honest and who had sought to deceive. The crowd erupted once more, admiration for Solomon swelling like a tide. And so it went, day in and day out. Solomon's court became a sanctuary for the lost and the desperate. He listened, he judged, and he taught, weaving proverbs into the fabric of life, each one a thread of gold. "A soft answer turns away wrath," he proclaimed one afternoon, a lesson layered in simplicity yet profound in its implications. His words echoed through the hearts of his people, resonating with truth. The wise king became a legend, not just for his judgments but for the proverbs that shaped the lives of those who heard them. "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom," he'd say, and the people would nod, their spirits ignited by the understanding that wisdom was not merely a gift, but a pursuit, an endeavor worth every ounce of effort. One evening, as dusk cloaked the land in deep hues of purple and gold, a farmer approached Solomon, trembling under the weight of his worries. "My crops have failed, my family is hungry," he lamented, desperation lacing his words. The king listened, his heart aching for the man before him. "Go home," Solomon instructed, "and plant what you have left in faith. Trust that the rain will come." The farmer, eyes wide with disbelief, felt hope flickering within him. "But what if it doesn't?" he whispered. Solomon smiled gently. "What if it does?" The crowd surrounding them held their breath, for in that split second, the farmer's despair transformed into something greater, a glimmer of faith. Days turned to weeks, and as the rains fell, the farmer returned, tears of joy streaming down his face. The harvest was bountiful, a testament to Solomon's wisdom that had ignited a dormant hope. The marketplace erupted in celebration, a dance of joy that echoed through the streets, uniting the people in a shared triumph. Still, the trials continued, and each judgment was a thread binding the community together. A young woman was accused of theft, her eyes wide with fear as she faced the wrath of the crowd. Solomon, unfazed by their anger, leaned closer to the girl. "What do you say to these accusations?" he asked softly. Her voice trembled as she recounted her story of desperation and need. "Let her be tested," he declared, a spark igniting in his eyes. "Bring forth the one who accuses her, and let them stand before me." The tension was electric, the crowd buzzing with anticipation. Solomon's wisdom flowed like a river, cutting through the chaos, until at last, truth emerged from the shadows. With each trial, each story, and each proverb, Solomon's legacy grew stronger, an unbreakable chain binding hearts and minds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows and painting the sky in vibrant colors, the people whispered his name with reverence, feeling an unquenchable thirst for the next tale of his extraordinary judgments. And so, the saga continued, a tapestry woven with the very essence of humanity. Love, jealousy, despair, and hope. Solomon stood at the center, a beacon of wisdom in a world brimming with complexity, his heart ever open and his mind sharp as a sword. The crowd, filled with anticipation, knew that the next trial was just around the corner, waiting to unfold in a web of emotion and revelation, forever entwining their fates with that of the wise king. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an orange glow over the kingdom as shadows crept across the cobblestone streets. Laughter rang out from the taverns, where soldiers and townsfolk shared tales of bravery and camaraderie. Yet beneath this facade of joy, an unsettling tension brewed. Like the calm before a storm, whispers of discontent slithered through the alleys and marketplaces. The kingdom, once a beacon of unity and strength, stood precariously on the edge of an abyss, its foundation crumbling under the weight of internal strife. In the grand halls of the castle, the nobles gathered, their voices a cacophony of ambition and betrayal. Here, in the flickering candlelight, the air grew thick with intrigue. Lord Varric, his brow furrowed, slammed his fist on the table. "We cannot stand idly by while the eastern provinces rally against us. They believe they can seize power, but we will not let them." His words echoed through the chamber, igniting a fire in the hearts of his allies. Across the room, Lady Seraphina leaned back, her expression cool and calculating. "But at what cost, Varric? We must remember that these provinces were once our kin, bound by blood and tradition. Pushing them further will only breed more hatred." The tension in the room thickened, each noble caught in a web of loyalty and ambition, knowing that fractured alliances could spell doom for all. Meanwhile, in the shadowy corners of the kingdom, villagers exchanged fearful glances. In the fields, farmers whispered about the growing rift between the north and south, where hunger gnawed at their bellies. The southern lands were lush, abundant with harvest, while the north struggled against biting cold and barren soil. "They don't care about us," an old man muttered, his voice tinged with despair. "They feast while we starve. If this keeps up, we'll have no choice but to rise against them." And rise they would. In secret meetings held in dimly lit barns, the flames of rebellion flickered to life. A young woman named Alara stood before the gathered crowd, her heart racing, the weight of their hopes resting on her shoulders. "We deserve justice. We deserve a voice," she cried, her voice ringing with passion. Hope ignited in the eyes of her fellow villagers, each heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of her words. But even as they rallied together, the shadow of fear loomed large. Would their uprising bring freedom or doom? As the days turned into weeks, discord seeped deeper into the kingdom's bones. The once solid foundations began to fracture, and the whispers grew louder. The eastern provinces formed alliances, their banners flying defiantly. They vowed to challenge the crown, believing that the time had come for a new order. "The throne is weak," a rebel leader declared, his voice a battle cry. "It needs to fall." But the crown was not without its own defenses. King Aldrich, with silver strands in his hair and a heavy heart, watched his kingdom teeter on the brink of chaos. He called for a council, desperate to weave the fraying threads of unity. "We must speak to our people," he urged, his voice filled with urgency. "We must remind them of what we stand for, of our shared history." Yet as the king's pleas echoed within the castle walls, a darker force was at play. Spies and traitors lurked in the shadows, feeding information to both sides, their loyalties shifting like sand. A nobleman, once a trusted advisor, now conspired with the rebels, his heart consumed by greed and ambition. "What is loyalty but a word?" he sneered to himself, envisioning the power that awaited him. The night before the council, a storm raged outside, its fury mirroring the turmoil within the kingdom. Thunder cracked like a whip, while rain lashed against the castle windows. Inside, the nobles gathered, each one wrestling with their own thoughts, some loyal to the crown, others teetering on the edge of betrayal. The air was thick with tension, a charged atmosphere that felt like a coiled spring ready to snap. As King Aldrich entered the hall, his presence commanded attention. "We are not enemies. We are family," he implored, his voice rising above the storm. But doubt lingered in the eyes of the nobles. Could they truly trust one another? The divisions that had festered for too long now threatened to consume them all. Unexpectedly, a figure stepped forward from the shadows, Alara, the young woman whose voice had echoed in the fields. "Your Majesty," she began, her heart racing as she faced the king. "We are starving while you feast. We are suffering while you plot against one another. It's time for the people to have a say. We demand equality." Gasps rippled through the hall, and the king's face paled. "Do you not see what you're asking for?" he replied, his voice trembling. "This will tear us apart." But Alara stood firm, her spirit unwavering. The storm outside raged, but within those castle walls, a tempest of emotions surged. Fear, anger, desperation. As the debate intensified, echoes of loyalty clashed with the cries for justice, and the heart of the kingdom began to fracture. In the streets below, the villagers gathered, their voices joining Alara's, a chorus of defiance rising to the heavens. Men, women, and children stood together, united in their struggle against a kingdom that had forgotten them. The clash between the nobles and the people was inevitable, and as the storm continued to howl outside, the seeds of division grew deeper. Every heartbeat carried the weight of their choices, each soul standing at a crossroads. Would they stand together or let the kingdom crumble under the weight of ambition and betrayal? And so, as the winds howled and the rain fell, the kingdom found itself at a precipice, the echoes of its past haunting its present. A choice loomed on the horizon, one that would change the course of history forever, setting the stage for a conflict that could either forge a new dawn or plunge the land into despair. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting golden rays that danced across the ancient stones of Jerusalem, illuminating the mind of a man steeped in wisdom, yet haunted by doubt. King Solomon, draped in royal robes, sat alone on the balcony of his palace, a scroll unfurled before him, ink still glistening. His heart was a storm of thoughts, questions that echoed through his mind like the distant clamor of the bustling city below. As he dipped his quill into the ink, he wrote not just for himself but for generations to come, pouring out his soul onto the pages. "Vanity of vanities," he penned, the words heavy with the weight of experience. What does it mean to chase the wind? He had tasted riches, love, and power, yet each moment seemed to slip away like grains of sand through his fingers. Life, he mused, was a fleeting shadow, a mysterious dance that left him yearning for meaning. With each stroke of his pen, Solomon reflected on the passing seasons of life, the laughter of children playing in the streets, the harsh cries of loss that echoed in the hearts of those mourning at the gates. He saw the wise and the foolish, both ending up in the same grave, the fate of all mankind wrapped in a shroud of dust. The sun rises and sets, the stars twinkle above, yet here they are, trapped in the same cycle of yearning, striving, and ultimately, surrendering to the inevitable. The weight of his own thoughts pressed heavily upon him as he recalled the moments of joy and despair that shaped his reign. He had built grand temples, had surrounded himself with treasures from lands afar, yet within his heart lingered an emptiness that no amount of gold could fill. The laughter of feasts, the singing of praises, were they mere echoes of a life lived in pursuit of the unattainable? An old man, hunched over with age, approached him, his eyes glistening with wisdom. "Your Majesty," he said, voice trembling like leaves caught in a gentle breeze, "what you seek is not found in riches but in the stillness of understanding." Solomon looked at him, the weight of his crown heavy on his brow. Could it truly be that the key to happiness lay not in what he possessed, but in the moments he had let slip away? In the quiet nights that followed, Solomon would walk through the luxurious gardens of his palace, fragrant with blossoms and alive with the sound of nightingales. Yet, something nagged at him, a persistent whisper that challenged his every thought. He spoke with philosophers, scholars, and wise men, each offering their own insights, yet none could penetrate the fog that clouded his heart. Through their conversations, Solomon wrestled with life's paradoxes, reflecting on how laughter could be intertwined with sorrow, how joy could coexist with pain. In one particularly haunting moment, he came across a young couple, their eyes bright with love, their hands intertwined, oblivious to the world around them. But even in their joy, the king felt a pang of sadness. Could their love withstand the ravages of time? The fleeting nature of youth weighed heavily on his heart. He remembered the thrill of his own passions, the flames of love that had once burned brightly, but eventually faded into mere embers. As he wrote, he recalled the lessons learned from the wise and the foolish. He scribbled down thoughts that were raw and unfiltered, wrestling with the questions that everyone asked themselves at some point. What is the meaning of life? Why do we toil endlessly only to be met with death? The ink flowed as he poured out his anguish, exposing the fears and doubts that lurked deep within. The brilliance of life was often overshadowed by the darkness of uncertainty. His mind wandered to the days when he had watched the rich grow richer and the poor struggle with their burdens. He felt a pang of empathy as he observed the disparity, the endless cycle of poverty and wealth. What good were his riches when countless souls went to bed hungry? The king contemplated the weight of his own privilege and how easily it could slip away, leaving only memories behind. Through sleepless nights, Solomon embraced the contradictions of life, the beauty in creation, the agony of loss, and the joy that often lay hidden beneath layers of sorrow. He scribbled fervently, feeling as though he was unlocking the very essence of existence. In that sacred space of creation, he wove together the threads of joy and despair, illuminating the dance of life that was as unpredictable as the winds. His reflections led him to consider the fleeting nature of time itself. Days blended into years, and as the shadows of dusk settled over the kingdom, he realized that life is a precious gift, often taken for granted. He found himself grappling with the notion that perhaps, in the end, the true measure of existence isn't found in great achievements or grand successes, but in the simple moments, the laughter shared with a friend, the warmth of a loving embrace, the solace found in nature's beauty. In that moment of clarity, Solomon felt a surge of purpose. His words had the power to transcend time, to speak to the hearts of those who would come long after him. He wrote not only as a king but as a fellow traveler on a journey that was both beautiful and tragic. Tears glinted in his eyes as he realized that even in the depths of despair, there lay a flicker of hope, a reminder that life, with all its complexities, was a tapestry woven with love and loss, joy and sorrow. And so, as the moon bathed the world in silver light, Solomon continued to write, fueled by a fierce determination to uncover the truths hidden within the human experience. The scroll grew heavy with his thoughts, and the ink, rich and dark, captured the essence of a man who sought to understand not only himself but the very fabric of life itself. Amidst the beauty and chaos of existence, Solomon's reflections thrummed with a pulse that would echo through the ages. For his words were a mirror, reflecting the shared struggles, dreams, and questions that connect us all. At the break of dawn, the golden sun spilled its light over the ancient city of Thebes, casting long shadows that danced among the crumbling temples and towering obelisks. Each morning, the people of Egypt awoke to the whispers of their gods, a chorus of divine voices that echoed through the air, giving life and meaning to their daily rituals. As the priests performed their sacred duties, the scent of incense wafted through the streets, weaving together the earthly and the ethereal, stirring deep emotions within the hearts of the faithful. Egyptian religion was a tapestry woven from the threads of many beliefs, stitched together by generations who sought to understand the mysteries of life and death. Here, the deities were not distant figures. They were a part of everyday existence. Ra, the sun god, illuminated the skies, while Osiris, the lord of the underworld, offered comfort in the face of mortality. But as the winds of change swept across the land, these divine connections were challenged by the encroachment of foreign ideas, threatening the very fabric of this sacred belief system. With the arrival of Alexander the Great, Egypt found itself at a crossroads. Cultures collided like stormy seas, and the once homogeneous beliefs began to blend and morph into something new. The Greeks brought with them their pantheon of gods, and the lines between the divine and the earthly blurred. In this melting pot of faith, syncretism emerged, a phenomenon that left many feeling both exhilarated and unsettled. The Egyptians looked to their gods for guidance, yet they found themselves grappling with new ideas that called their very existence into question. In the bustling marketplace of Alexandria, vendors shouted their wares, but beneath the clamor, a tension brewed. The air crackled with the energy of change as worshippers hesitated at the altars, torn between the ancient gods they had revered for centuries and the intriguing new deities introduced by their conquerors. The syncretism that unfolded was not a mere blending of traditions. It was a battle for hearts and souls. The priests, guardians of ancient wisdom, felt the weight of their responsibility. They were charged with preserving the sanctity of their beliefs while navigating the complexities of this new world. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting an orange hue over the Nile, the sacred temple of Karnak stood witness to the turmoil unfolding within the minds of its worshippers. In the dim light, a young woman named Nefertari knelt before the statue of Ammonius, her heart heavy with doubt. She murmured prayers, her voice trembling with fear and longing. "Am I betraying you by finding comfort in Apollo?" Her words lingered in the air, reverberating through the silence of the temple. In that moment, she felt the weight of her ancestors pressing down on her, urging her to remain loyal. Yet the allure of the new was undeniable. Underneath the surface, the very essence of faith was shifting. The fusion of beliefs led to an explosion of creativity. New myths were born, art flourished, and philosophical thoughts sparked like a flame in the darkness. Temples began to portray gods with both Egyptian and Greek features, each statue a testament to the shared human experience of seeking divine connection. But with every new creation came a shadow of doubt. Was this evolution of faith a sign of strength, or did it signify a loss of identity? The great priests, those who had long been the custodians of tradition, found themselves struggling to maintain their authority. In the sacred halls, they debated fiercely, their voices rising like the tide. "To embrace these foreign gods is to forsake our own," one priest thundered, his eyes ablaze with passion. Yet another countered softly, "Perhaps we can find common ground, a bridge between the familiar and the unknown." The discussions often spiraled into heated arguments, with some calling for a return to pure worship while others advocated for adaptation. Outside the temple walls, the common people echoed these sentiments. In the small, candlelit homes, families gathered in hushed conversation. "Have you heard about the new oracles?" a man whispered, his eyes darting around as if the gods themselves could hear him. "They say they speak with great wisdom. Should we consult them?" In that moment, fear tangled with curiosity, creating a potent cocktail of emotion. The lure of fresh revelations was intoxicating, yet the dread of losing their heritage loomed like a dark cloud overhead. Across the city, the sound of drums began to rise, filling the air with a rhythm that pulsed through the streets. It was the festival of Opet, a time of joy and celebration. Yet even this sacred event couldn't escape the tension of the times. Crowds gathered around the grand processions, their faces painted with colors of both hope and sorrow. They cheered for the procession of Ammonius, yet whispers of the Greek Dionysus circulated like wildfire, igniting imaginations and hearts alike. For many, the struggle was not merely spiritual but deeply personal. Nefertari, torn between her heritage and the intrigue of something new, found herself at the center of this storm. As she watched the vibrant procession, her heart raced with conflicting emotions. The music swelled, and she felt the pull of both Ammonius and Dionysus, the old and the new warring within her. How could she honor her ancestors while also embracing the possibility of something different? The weight of the world felt heavy on her shoulders, yet in the depths of her soul, a spark of hope flickered. perhaps there was a way to honor both. As the night sky enveloped the city, the sacred rituals intermingled with the sounds of laughter and dance, a testimony to the resilience of the human spirit. The challenges of syncretism loomed large, but the heart of the people beat strong with a desire to forge connections, to understand, to love. The line between the sacred and the mundane blurred further, creating a mosaic of faith that pulsed with life, ever-evolving yet rooted in centuries of wisdom. Yet, the divine dance was fraught with tension, and the echoes of ancient voices mingled with the calls of the new. The struggle for identity and belief continued, a quest that would ripple through generations to come. The gods watched silently, their gaze a mix of benevolence and caution, as the story of Egypt unfolded. A story that sought to weave together the threads of old and new, forever shaping the landscape of faith and humanity. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly across the cracked pavement outside Solomon's aged home. Inside, the air was thick with silence, only punctuated by the faint ticking of a clock, each tick echoing the passage of time and the weight of memories that hung like dust in the corners of the room. Solomon sat in his worn armchair, the upholstery faded and threadbare, but still holding the warmth of countless afternoons spent in its embrace. He looked out the window, where the world continued to bustle, but for him, everything felt muted and distant. At 75, Solomon was a relic of a bygone era, a time when laughter rang through the halls of his once vibrant home. The walls, now adorned with pictures of loved ones frozen in time, whispered stories of joy and companionship. But those days felt like echoes of a distant dream, a dream fading as fast as the light of day. His wife, Margaret, had been the sun of his life, and since she passed 3 years ago, the house felt like a graveyard of memories, haunted by shadows of laughter and love now extinguished. Solomon's body had begun to betray him, too. His hands trembled slightly as he reached for his cup of tea, the steaming liquid spilling over the sides and staining the tablecloth, remnants of a once steady grip now weakened by age. His heart, once full of vigor, now beat with a fatigue that left him weary. He could feel the weight of his years pressing down on him, each breath a reminder of the fragility of life. The medicine bottles cluttered the table, evidence of battles fought against ailments that seemed to multiply with each passing season. His doctor had warned him about the perils of isolation, yet the walls felt safer than the outside world, where unfamiliar faces and bustling lives made him feel like a ghost drifting through the living. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows grew longer and darkness enveloped the room like a heavy blanket. Solomon clutched the old photograph of Margaret, her smile radiant, eyes sparkling with life. He remembered their adventures, the summers spent at the lake, the nights dancing under the stars, and the simple joy of sitting together watching the world go by. Now, the silence wrapped around him like a vice, squeezing until he could barely breathe. He had friends once, a group of old soldiers who shared tales of valor and laughter over whiskey. But time had taken them, one by one, until only the memories remained, bittersweet and sharp. The phone sat silent on the table, a reminder of his dwindling connections. He had tried to reach out to his children, but their lives were filled with work, families, and commitments that left little room for their aging father. Solomon understood, yet the loneliness gnawed at him, an insatiable hunger for companionship that could not be satisfied. The world outside might bustle, but for him, it was a parade seen through a dusty window, vibrant yet unattainable. Each night fell heavier than the last, and sleep eluded him like a fleeting shadow. With each creak of the old house, memories flooded back, voices echoing, laughter ringing like a bell. He recalled the time they had hosted a family gathering, the table overflowing with food, the smell of roasted turkey mingling with the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg. They had danced, the music lifting their spirits and filling the air with joy. Now, the only rhythm he heard was the relentless tick-tock of the clock, marking the seconds of solitude. One evening, as the darkness deepened, Solomon felt a sudden, intense wave of anxiety wash over him. It came rushing in like the tide, pulling him under. He closed his eyes, trying to push the feeling away, but it persisted, wrapping around him like a shroud. Memories of hospital visits and whispered conversations with doctors haunted him. He could still feel the cold touch of antiseptic and the sterile smell of the hospital room, where he had lain helpless, surrounded by walls that echoed with the fears of the frail and elderly. Summoning his strength, he rose from the chair and moved to the window, the only connection he had to the world outside. The street lamps flickered to life, illuminating a world that seemed to carry on without him. He noticed a couple walking hand in hand, sharing smiles and laughter, their joy a stark contrast to his somber existence. Solomon's heart ached with a longing that felt almost physical. He wanted to reach out, to call out, to feel alive again, but the chains of isolation held him tight. Just then, a shadow crossed his field of vision. It was a young girl, no more than 10, playing with her dog in the empty street. She chased after it, laughter spilling from her lips like music. Solomon felt a tug at his heartstrings, a flicker of warmth igniting within him. He remembered a time when his own children had played in the yard, their laughter echoing against the walls of this very house. The thought was both a balm and a torment, a reminder of what had been lost. Suddenly, the girl noticed him watching from the window. She stopped, her laughter fading as curiosity filled her eyes. For a moment, they locked eyes, the world around them pausing. Solomon felt a spark of connection, a fleeting moment of understanding that transcended age and isolation. She waved at him, a simple gesture that sent a rush of emotions through him. He raised his hand hesitantly, the motion feeling foreign, yet it felt right. But just as quickly as it began, the moment slipped away. The girl turned back to her game, her laughter resuming, while Solomon returned to his chair, the weight of solitude pressing heavily on his chest. The warmth of her smile lingered in his mind, a glimmer of what it felt like to be seen, to be part of something greater than his own aching isolation. The moments stretched onward. The clock continued its relentless ticking, and Solomon remained ensnared in the darkness of his thoughts, battling the shadows of loneliness that threatened to consume him whole. Idolatry crept in like a slow fog, wrapping itself around the hearts of people, whispering promises of solace and power, and soon, it became an inseparable part of daily life. In the ancient land, where mountains kissed the sky and rivers flowed like veins through the earth, the worship of unseen gods morphed into something tangible, something that could be touched, held, and prayed to. The air hung thick with incense, a fragrant haze swirling around golden statues, each one a vessel of hope and despair, capturing the essence of a longing that had seeped deep into souls. As traders from distant lands crossed borders, they brought more than just spices and silks. They carried with them their beliefs, their deities, and their rituals. The colorful tapestries of their cultures unfolded, revealing shimmering threads of worship that danced in the sunlight, captivating the local population. Temples adorned with foreign idols began to sprout up like wildflowers, each one a beacon of a different faith. The local priests watched with widening eyes as their own traditions were influenced, reshaped, and, in some cases, overshadowed by these new practices. In the shadow of the great mountains, villagers gathered around a newly erected altar, its surface polished to a gleam, reflecting the flickering flames of offerings. A statue of a foreign god towered above them, its features carved with meticulous care. The villagers, once devoted to their own deities, found themselves drawn to this new figure, its eyes seeming to glisten with promises yet unfulfilled. "This god brings prosperity," they murmured to one another, their voices barely lifting above the crackle of the fire. "Look at the gifts he bestows." An unmistakable hunger for wealth and influence ignited their spirits, blinding them to the erosion of their own faith. The high priests, guardians of tradition, felt a tremor in their chests as they watched the faithful flock to the foreign altars. With each new offering, the familiar chants of their ancestors grew quieter, drowned out by the rhythm of unfamiliar drums and the intoxicating sounds of celebration that echoed from the temples of foreign gods. They raged against this tide, their hearts heavy with betrayal, yet the more they fought, the more enticing the foreign worship became. The allure of new rituals, with their vibrant dances and ecstatic visions, had a magnetic pull that no tradition could resist. As dusk fell, a chilling silence enveloped the village, broken only by the low hum of worshippers lost in a trance. Candlelight flickered against the faces of those who had once been steadfast, eyes closed, lost in the embrace of the foreign deity. And then, in a moment heavy with tension, the ground trembled lightly beneath them, a sign, perhaps, that the old gods were not pleased. But the faithful, intoxicated by the new, only offered up their fears as additional offerings, not realizing they were sealing their fates. On the outskirts of this spiritual upheaval, a young girl named Miriam wandered through the fields, her heart wrestling with emotions she did not fully understand. She had once listened wide-eyed to the stories of her ancestors, of gods who had walked among them, who demanded justice, love, and humility. Now, she watched as the people she loved turned their backs on those stories, embracing the idols of prosperity and power, while the ancient tales faded like smoke in the wind. The weight of her heritage pressed down on her, a whisper of ancient voices urging her to remember. One evening, as Miriam knelt by an old tree, she felt the cool earth beneath her fingertips, grounding her in a world that felt increasingly foreign. The wind rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the scent of the wildflowers that had once bloomed in a riot of colors, standing as a testament to the land's history. In that moment, she resolved to carry the stories of her people, to hold onto the very essence of who they were, despite the allure of the idols that beckoned with false promises. But she knew she was just a flicker of resistance in a storm of change. As the days turned into months, the faithful gathered before the towering idols, their voices rising in fervent chant, drowning out the ancient prayers that had once filled the air. They offered sacrifices of livestock, pouring blood into the earth, believing they could buy favor with these foreign gods. The high priests, desperate to reclaim their followers, sought ways to adapt, to incorporate elements of the new worship into their rituals, but it only drew scorn and ridicule. Their cries echoed in the temples, falling on deaf ears as the faithful turned away, enraptured by the allure of the bright and bold. With each passing moon, the village transformed. The old customs faded, replaced by foreign ceremonies that twisted and turned, vibrant yet hollow. Festivals celebrating harvests became grand spectacles, filled with dance and debauchery, where the line between devotion and indulgence blurred. Families that once gathered to share stories around the fire now found themselves enthralled by the spectacle of the idols, their nights filled with laughter that echoed off the walls of the newly built temples, drowning out the whispers of their past. Miriam's heart ached as she watched her friends and family become enraptured by this new reality, their eyes glazing over with a fervor that seemed to consume them. She began to fear that she was fighting a losing battle, but she couldn't shake the feeling that deep within the hearts of her people, a tiny spark still flickered, waiting to be ignited. Little did she know, the clash between the ancient and the new was far from over. As night fell, a storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds swirling ominously, mirroring the turmoil within the village. The faithful reveled in their newfound worship, unaware that the winds of change were about to sweep in, challenging everything they believed. In the distance, a lone figure emerged from the shadows, a traveler who carried secrets of ancient truths, secrets that would challenge the very foundation of their newfound faith. And as the first drops of rain began to fall, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation, setting the stage for a reckoning that would intertwine the threads of idolatry and ancestry in ways no one could foresee. The air, thick with tension, hinted at a transformation that would either reclaim the hearts of the people or plunge them deeper into the seductive embrace of the idols, where the line between worship and despair would blur even further. The stage was set, and the unfolding drama of faith and identity was far from its climax. In a quiet corner of the ancient city of Jerusalem, the sun began to set, casting a warm golden hue over the magnificent temple built by King Solomon. This was a monument not just of stone, but of dreams, wisdom, and a legacy that would echo through time. As the last rays of sunlight bled into the horizon, the whispers of generations past lingered in the air, each voice carrying tales of a king whose reign would shape the course of history. Solomon, renowned for his unparalleled wisdom and wealth, was not simply a ruler. He was a beacon of hope for many. His decision to build the temple, a house for God, signified an era where the divine and the earthly were intertwined in ways that still resonated in the hearts of people centuries later. The artisans and laborers who toiled under the heat of the sun, their hands stained with sweat and dirt, felt they were part of something monumental. They believed that Solomon's vision would bring peace and prosperity, not just to themselves, but to generations yet unborn. But with great power came great responsibility, and within the very fabric of his reign lay the seeds of a complex legacy. As whispers of his wisdom spread across the lands, they mingled with tales of his excesses and the burdens his opulent lifestyle placed on the people. The kingdom flourished, yet beneath the surface, tensions brewed like a storm waiting to break. Solomon's reign was a tapestry woven with the threads of unity and division, joy and sorrow. In the years following Solomon's rule, the world began to change dramatically. His son, Rehoboam, ascended the throne, inheriting not just the crown but the heavy weight of expectations. The kingdom, once a symbol of unity, faced the imminent threat of division. When Rehoboam's heavy-handed approach to governance pushed the northern tribes to revolt, the once unified kingdom splintered into two, Israel in the north and Judah in the south. The echoes of Solomon's decisions became a haunting reminder of how the choices of one ruler could reverberate through time, shaping the lives of countless souls. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, the people spoke of Solomon not just as a wise king, but as a man whose life was a paradox. His writings, collected in the Book of Proverbs, echoed across generations like a gentle whisper of guidance. "Trust in the Lord with all your heart," he had penned. Yet the very heart of his kingdom seemed to falter. The wisdom he shared became a double-edged sword, with the potential to uplift but also to burden the weary. In the decades and centuries that followed, the legacy of Solomon's rule would inspire leaders and scholars alike. The idea of wisdom as a source of strength took root in the minds of rulers across the ages. Emperors and kings in distant lands studied his life, striving to emulate the harmony he once brought to his people. Yet, they often overlooked the complexity of his reign, believing that wealth alone could purchase stability, and wisdom could be wielded like a weapon. Through the ages, tales of Solomon's legendary wisdom transformed into folklore, passed down from parent to child. The stories morphed, embellished with the richness of imagination, filling the hearts of people in every generation with a longing for justice and peace. His name became synonymous with wisdom, a touchstone for those seeking clarity in times of turmoil. Scholars across the centuries sought to untangle the threads of his legacy, writing volumes filled with admiration and critique. The sages of the Talmud dissected his teachings, drawing lessons that would influence Jewish thought for millennia. Nevertheless, the consequences of his reign lingered like shadows on the horizon. The divided kingdom faced invasions from foreign powers, and the once proud land descended into chaos. The stories of Solomon's wisdom began to morph into cautionary tales, illustrations not just of his brilliance, but of the fragility of power and the importance of humility. Future kings would grapple with the ghosts of his decisions, navigating the delicate balance between strength and compassion, ambition and wisdom. As the sun set on one chapter of history, it rose on another. The echoes of Solomon's reign continued to resonate, creating ripples in the fabric of time. Generations of dreamers believed in the possibility of a united kingdom, a land where the lessons of the past could inform a brighter future. They hoped to build a society grounded in the wisdom that Solomon once espoused. In their hearts, they carried the desire for unity, a hope that the mistakes of yesterday could serve as the foundation for tomorrow's dreams. Through the corridors of time, Solomon's legacy intertwined with the lives of countless individuals. From the scholar poring over ancient texts, searching for meaning, to the common person yearning for justice, each was touched by the light of his wisdom. In every corner of the earth, the stories of the wise king inspired the hungry for knowledge and the weary seeking solace. His reign, with all its complexities, became a lens through which the human experience was viewed, full of triumph, heartbreak, and the relentless pursuit of understanding. And as the torch of knowledge was passed from one generation to the next, the legacy of Solomon remained a beacon. It illuminated the path for those who dared to dream, to seek wisdom, and to strive for justice. The past was never truly gone. It lived on in the aspirations of the people, a constant reminder that the choices made by one could ripple through the lives of many. The lessons learned from Solomon's rule would linger in the very air they breathed, a quiet reminder of the weight of legacy, the power of wisdom, and the enduring hope for a better tomorrow. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an amber glow over the ancient city of Jerusalem as its shadows stretched long across the cobbled streets. Somewhere in the grand palace, a soft but unmistakable sound echoed, a rhythmic, labored breath that spoke of a life nearing its end. King Solomon, once the revered ruler known for his wisdom and unparalleled wealth, lay frail on a lavish bed draped in rich fabrics, surrounded by the flickering light of oil lamps. A palpable tension filled the air, echoing the weight of a nation that would soon find itself standing at a crossroads. As whispers of his declining health spread throughout the kingdom, a mix of dread and uncertainty settled over the people. They remembered the mighty king who had built the temple, a monumental symbol of faith and prosperity. He was the man who had traded in riddles and proverbs as easily as one might trade sheep in the marketplace. Yet now, they were faced with the undeniable truth. The end of an era was looming. In the dimly lit chamber adorned with precious jewels and artifacts, Solomon's once commanding voice had weakened. His mind remained sharp, a reservoir of wisdom, but his body betrayed him. The flicker of fear danced in his eyes, not for himself but for his beloved kingdom. He had to ensure that the legacy he built would be carried on, that the dreams he had for Israel would not crumble with his last breath. His sons, Rehoboam and Jeroboam, stood at the threshold of the chamber, their hearts heavy with a mix of ambition and trepidation. They had grown up in the shadow of their father's greatness, trained to be leaders yet untested by the rigors of rule. Rehoboam, taller and bolder, had always been the favored son, but there was a fire in Jeroboam's spirit that spoke of a restless heart, a desire for something more than the crown. With each labored breath, Solomon's mind wandered back to the early days of his reign. He had asked for wisdom above wealth, and in turn he received both. He had become a beacon of hope, a unifying force among the tribes. But now, as he lay on the edge of eternity, he was filled with doubt about the future. Would his sons lead the people wisely, or would they sow discord and division? The tension grew thicker as Rehoboam stepped forward, his heart pounding in rhythm with the weight of impending responsibility. "Father," he began, his voice steady but laced with uncertainty. "What should I do when you are gone? How do I lead the people?" Solomon opened his eyes, and for a moment, the flicker of the wise king returned. "Lead with a heart that understands their burdens," he murmured, each word like a drop of heavy rain falling on parched earth. "Listen to their cries, for a king who ignores the people's voice is a king destined to fall." Jeroboam, standing in his brother's shadow, felt a surge of determination. He had witnessed the cracks in Solomon's reign, the growing discontent among the northern tribes, the whispers of rebellion. He yearned for change, a fresh start, and he sensed that destiny was calling him to be more than just a prince. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie twilight glow, a sudden commotion erupted in the palace courtyard. A messenger burst through the doors, panting heavily, his clothes dusty from travel. "Your Majesty," he exclaimed, turning the heads of all present. "The tribes are restless. They demand relief from the heavy yoke imposed upon them during your reign. They seek a leader who will ease their burdens." Solomon's heart sank. He knew this day would come. The people loved him, but they felt crushed under taxes and forced labor. The weight of his decisions had been heavy, and as he glanced at his sons, he realized the importance of the choice they would soon face. "Rehoboam," Solomon urged, his voice trembling, "you must understand their pain. They desire a leader who will listen, not just a king who rules by decree. If you respond harshly, you will lose them." But in Rehoboam's eyes flickered a different vision, one of power and authority. The voices of his friends echoed in his mind, telling him that strength must be shown, that mercy is weakness. Jeroboam, sensing the shift in the air, felt a chill run down his spine. The path forward was fraught with peril. The weight of impending decisions hung heavily as night descended, cloaking the palace in shadows. Solomon felt the final moments of his reign approaching, and within that silence, he summoned the strength to impart his last lesson. Compromise, my sons. Lead not with a fist. Lead with an open hand. Love your people, and they will love you in return. But would they heed his words? The uncertainty danced like a flame, flickering between the two brothers. The divides that had formed in their upbringing now threatened to erupt into a full-blown conflict. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the land, Solomon closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting. In those moments, he envisioned the future, the tribes of Israel united or torn apart by pride and ambition. Fear gripped his heart, a deep concern for the nation he loved. Outside the palace, the murmurs of the people grew louder, their fears and hopes swirling in the night air. The end of an era was upon them, and what lay ahead was uncertain. As the last breaths of the great king echoed softly in the silence, the destinies of his sons hung in the balance, poised on the precipice of history. Would Rehoboam take the throne and lead with a heart of stone, or would Jeroboam rise, fueled by the spirit of reform? The answer lay just beyond the horizon, as the dawn of a new chapter in Israel's story awaited, shrouded in the mists of time and filled with the promises of both hope and despair. The sun dipped low over the rugged hills of ancient Israel, casting a fiery hue across the land. A whisper hung in the air, a quiet tension that could be felt in the very bones of the people. It was a time of both greatness and fracture, a moment when the cords of unity that had tied the kingdom of Israel together were poised to snap. After King Solomon, a ruler known for his wisdom and wealth, the kingdom faced a fate that would change its course forever. Solomon's rule had brought prosperity, yet it was a glittering facade that masked deep-seated problems. Heavy taxes echoed through the streets, filling the coffers of a king who built grand palaces and magnificent temples. The people, weary from the burden, felt a chasm widening between them and their ruler. The laughter of children in the marketplace grew quieter, replaced by murmurs of discontent that rose like smoke on the wind. In this simmering cauldron of emotions, a new leader emerged, Jeroboam, a man of the people. His heart beat in time with the common folk, and he saw their struggles and frustrations. Driven by a desire to ease their pain, he ventured to Egypt, where he found refuge from Solomon's wrath. There, he listened to the stories of the oppressed, their voices blending into a symphony of longing for a better life. The lessons of Solomon's reign rang in his ears. A kingdom built on the backs of its people cannot stand forever. Back in Israel, a young Rehoboam, Solomon's son, stood on the precipice of his reign. He sought counsel from the wise elders who had served his father, yet their advice echoed with caution. Ease the burden of the people, they urged. But Rehoboam, filled with youthful arrogance, turned to his peers, the young men who had grown up in the lap of luxury. My father's reign was strong. I will make it stronger, he declared, ignorant of the tide that was about to sweep him away. As the day of his coronation approached, the people gathered in a restless throng, their hopes and fears swirling together like storm clouds. Jeroboam returned, rallying the discontented masses. If you will lighten our yoke, we will serve you, they cried. It was a plea wrapped in desperation, a cry for justice and fairness. But Rehoboam, with his heart hardened like stone, chose to ignore the cries of his people. Tell them, he commanded, that my little finger is thicker than my father's waist. His words dripped with contempt, like poison in a chalice. The people gasped, the air thick with disbelief and betrayal. In that moment, the fragile threads of unity snapped, and Israel was divided. 10 tribes rallied behind Jeroboam, forming the northern kingdom of Israel, while Rehoboam reigned over Judah in the south. The split was not just a political division. It was a chasm of emotion. Families were torn apart, friendships shattered, and the very fabric of society was unraveled. The streets that once thrummed with the joy of shared festivals turned cold and silent. Grief hung heavy in the air, like the scent of rain before a storm. For Jeroboam, the weight of leadership settled upon his shoulders like a heavy cloak. He knew that to hold onto his kingdom, he needed to cement his power. Fearful of losing his people to the allure of Jerusalem, the heart of Jewish worship, he established golden calves at Bethel and Dan. "Here are your gods, O Israel," he proclaimed, as the people turned to worship the idols. It was a desperate measure, one that turned their hearts away from true worship and into the embrace of hollow rituals. In the south, Rehoboam's heart sank as he witnessed the rebellion. His motives had been misguided, and the realization stung like a bitter wind. He tried to assert his authority, but the more he pushed, the further the people slipped from his grasp. His kingdom became a patchwork of resentment and bitterness, the walls of Jerusalem echoing with the cries of a wounded people. As years turned into decades, the consequences of their choices laid like stones in the path of history. The northern kingdom flourished for a time, its cities bustling with trade and vigor, but beneath the surface, the roots of corruption began to take hold. Prophets arose, warning of the dangers of idol worship and the abandonment of justice. Their voices rang out, but they were met with scorn and dismissal. In Judah, the story was one of survival. Rehoboam's descendants struggled to reclaim the loyalty of the people, but the shadows of doubt lingered. The temple stood proud, a symbol of hope, yet the sacrifices offered were tinged with a sense of loss. The people longed for something more than rituals. They craved a connection, a promise that had been shattered along with their unity. The echoes of this split reverberated through generations, shaping the fate of nations. Families buried their grievances like secrets, and the wounds of division festered beneath the surface. The stories of heroes and villains emerged, tales woven into the very identity of each kingdom. Amidst the turmoil, the spirit of Israel endured. The dreams of a united people flickered like distant stars, a reminder of what once was and what could be again. The past held lessons that were waiting to be remembered, whispers carried on the wind. Would they rise from the ashes of conflict, or would the weight of their choices crush the very essence of their identity? As the sun set, casting shadows long and haunting across the land, the people felt the weight of their history pressing upon them. A choice loomed on the horizon. Would they continue to walk their separate paths, or could they find a way to mend the rift that had torn them apart? The future hung in the balance, uncertain yet brimming with potential. In the flickering light of 1,000 candles, the air thick with incense and the murmurs of a restless crowd, Solomon stood at the threshold of his destiny. The grand temple, a marvel of stones and gold, gleamed like a beacon of hope in the dusky Jerusalem sky. Here, in this sacred space, the whispers of the past and the weight of the future collided, filling the air with a palpable tension. It was said that when Solomon prayed, the heavens themselves listened, and the whole nation held its breath, eager for the wisdom of their king. The books of Kings and Chronicles cast Solomon in a dual light, both as a figure of divine favor and as a man marked by his flaws. His wisdom was legendary, a gift from God that granted him the ability to discern the unthinkable. A story unfolded of two women, each claiming a baby, their voices rising in anguish. With a wise and piercing gaze, Solomon demanded the child be cut in two, the sword glinting ominously in the torchlight. The real mother's heart shattered at the thought, and in her cries, the truth emerged, echoing through the halls of power. The people gasped. Solomon had not only saved a life, but had revealed the depths of a mother's love, a lesson that would be recounted for generations. Yet, with every rise comes the threat of a fall. As Solomon ascended the throne, the shadows of his decisions loomed large. His heart swayed beneath the weight of alliances, and his many marriages to foreign princesses, each a political strategy, began to lead him away from the worship of Yahweh. The stories in the Chronicles spoke of grandeur, yet they also hinted at the simmering discontent among the people. The burdens of taxation and labor imposed to build his cities and temples sowed seeds of resentment that festered just beneath the surface. In the sacred temple, A vision once bestowed by God now felt like a gilded cage. Solomon's heart, once aligned with divine purpose, began to fracture under the allure of idols and false gods. The people watched as their wise king, who once personified righteousness, began to drift, entranced by the beauty of Asherah poles and the seductive promises of foreign deities. Temple worship began to fray at the edges, as Solomon, despite his wisdom, grew blind to the dangers lurking in the shadows of his own choices. The atmosphere shifted. The vibrant colors of festivals turned dull with uncertainty. The prophet Ahijah, cloaked in the mantle of warning, approached Solomon with words that crackled in the air like thunder. "Because you have turned away," he proclaimed, his voice strong yet tinged with sadness, "the kingdom will be torn from you." There was no denying the weight of those words, as anguish and fear rippled through the land. The tension was palpable. Would the kingdom of Israel, once united and strong under Solomon's reign, splinter into chaos? Days turned into years, and the golden age began to tarnish, a bittersweet reminder of what once was. Solomon's once bright eyes grew dim with regret, but still, he persisted, building, expanding, striving to recapture the glory that now slipped through his fingers like sand. The splendor of the temple, a testament to his achievements, reflected both his greatness and his folly. A crown that sparkled yet weighed heavily on his brow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across Jerusalem, Solomon found himself wandering the halls of his palace, haunted by the echoes of his decisions. Each step echoed with a sense of isolation. The laughter of courtiers felt distant, their eyes filled with admiration but also a flicker of fear. He was a king adored yet feared, a man who had tasted the sweetness of wisdom but was now gripped by an unsettling loneliness. In the quiet moments, when the world outside seemed to hold its breath, Solomon pondered the weight of his choices and the toll they had taken. His heart ached as he remembered the vibrant prayers of the people, the sacrifices made in devotion to the one true God. He had once stood on the mountaintop of spiritual connection, but now he felt pulled down into the valley of despair, caught in the web of his own making. And then one fateful night, as Solomon gazed at the vastness of the starlit sky, he felt a stirring, a faint, flickering hope that perhaps redemption was still within reach. The echoes of the past beckoned him to remember the promises made, to seek forgiveness and reclaim the heart of the nation. Would he yet choose to turn back, to heal the rifts that had grown between him and his God? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, a moment of clarity amid the chaos, a glimmer of light in the encroaching darkness. But as the dawn broke, the reality of his choices loomed larger than ever. The kingdom was on the brink of division, and the fear of impending strife weighed heavily on his shoulders. The murmurs of rebellion grew louder, and the people, once united under his wisdom, were now restless. The threads of his reign began to unravel, each decision pulling them further apart. Solomon's heart raced. Could he reclaim the trust he had lost? Could he restore the shattered bond with his people? The path ahead was uncertain, yet he knew that whatever lay beyond, he had a choice to make. With each breath, he felt the weight of history pressing down upon him, urging him to rise to the occasion. As he stepped into the light of a new day, the stories of kings and chronicles whispered his name, a name destined to echo through time. He was Solomon, the wise king, but now he faced a reckoning that would test the very core of his being. And so, the tale continued, a tapestry woven with threads of wisdom, folly, hope, and despair. A story that would captivate hearts and minds for generations to come. As the pages turned, the shadows lengthened, and the stage was set for the next chapter of this extraordinary saga, where the echoes of Solomon's choices would ripple through time, shaping destinies yet unseen. The ground quakes gently beneath the weight of history, whispering stories that have lain silent for centuries. In the quiet valley of Megiddo, archaeologists sift through layers of earth, each handful of soil holding fragments of a bygone era. Dust motes dance in the sunbeams streaming through makeshift canopies, illuminating the faces of those who dare to unearth what has long been buried. Suddenly, a glint catches the eye, a shard of pottery, weathered yet adorned with intricate patterns. Heartbeats quicken. This fragment is more than just clay. It is a portal to the time of Solomon, the mighty king renowned for his wisdom and wealth. Every corner of this archaeological site breathes with stories waiting to be told. The remnants of fortified walls rise majestically from the rubble, hinting at the strength and ambition of a ruler whose name still echoes through the ages. Each stone feels alive, carrying echoes of footsteps that once traversed its paths, of voices that spoke of trade, governance, and divine revelations. The air thickens with anticipation as the team uncovers a series of buildings. These are not mere structures. They are the foundations of a kingdom. Beneath the scattered stones and crumbled mortar lies the evidence of grand palaces and bustling marketplaces, where merchants once traded silk and spices. The archaeologists excavate a royal seal, an emblem of authority, with a design so intricate it seems to pulse with the energy of its creator. The excitement is palpable. Could this seal have belonged to Solomon himself? The very thought sends shivers down their spines. It's not just an artifact. It is a piece of a legacy that ties them to a figure who shaped the destiny of a nation. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue over the landscape, they uncover a series of storage pits filled with grains, essential for sustaining a populace. The sheer size of the pit speaks volumes about a thriving economy that flourished under Solomon's reign. It paints a vivid picture of a society rich in resources, where every grain tells a tale of prosperity and abundance. The team pauses, contemplating the lives of those who once toiled under the sun, their hopes and dreams wrapped up in the harvests of the land. Yet, it is not just the physical remnants that stir emotions. It is the realization that they stand on ground blessed by the presence of a king whose wisdom was sought by rulers far and wide. The excavation site holds more than just artifacts. It cradles the hopes of a nation united under a single crown. In the shadows of the crumbling walls, one can almost hear the echo of Solomon's voice, wise and commanding, calling for justice and peace among his people. Each day unfolds like a page from a history book, filled with tales of triumph and tragedy. As the team works tirelessly, they begin to connect the dots between the artifacts and the textual references found in ancient scriptures. Stone inscriptions reveal monumental achievements, while shards of everyday pottery hint at the daily lives of the people. With every discovery, the allure of Solomon's reign grows stronger, wrapping around them like a warm embrace, tinged with the bittersweet knowledge of time's passage. Among the ruins, a peculiar object catches the eye. A bronze figurine, elegant and detailed, emerges from the soil, depicting a woman adorned with jewelry that sparkles even in its tarnished state. Could this represent the famed Queen of Sheba, who traveled great distances to meet Solomon? The thought sends shivers of excitement through the team. This tiny statue encapsulates an entire world of intrigue and diplomacy, reminding them of how Solomon's wisdom bridged cultures and fostered alliances. But the thrill of discovery is often accompanied by a sense of urgency. Just beyond the excavation site, modern life buzzes with impatience. The clash between the ancient and the contemporary becomes palpable, a reminder that time waits for no one. As they painstakingly preserve the past, there is a constant fear that these treasures may slip away into obscurity, lost to the changing tides of society. With each artifact unearthed, there's an undercurrent of emotion, a deep connection to those who lived millennia ago. The archaeologists share stories of their finds, their voices filled with wonder and reverence. They talk of the people behind the pottery, the significance of the seals, and the weight of the treasures that once graced Solomon's court. Each discussion weaves a tapestry of shared passion, a collective longing to honor those who came before. As twilight descends, casting long shadows across the site, the crew gathers around a newly discovered altar, remnants of burnt offerings still clinging to its surface. It is a sacred spot, a place of worship that once radiated with the hopes and prayers of a people. The air grows thick with emotion as they imagine the rituals performed here, the fervent wishes for prosperity and peace rising up to the heavens. The connection to the divine feels tangible, a thread linking them to the heart of Solomon's legacy. Yet, in the midst of this reverence, Uncertainty looms like a storm cloud. Questions arise. The historical narratives that have shaped perceptions for centuries hang in the balance. As evidence is pieced together, the archaeologists ponder the implications of their findings. What does it mean for the stories we've been told? How will these discoveries shape our understanding of Solomon's reign? A time both celebrated and shrouded in mystery. The tension builds, an electric charge that fills the air. The promise of revelation dances just out of reach, tantalizing yet elusive. As night envelopes the site, the stars twinkle above like ancient eyes, bearing witness to the unfolding drama below. The archaeologists pack their tools, their hearts heavy with the weight of possibility, knowing that tomorrow brings new discoveries, and with them, new questions. In this land where echoes of Solomon's reign still linger, the past and present are entwined in an eternal dance. The thrill of each revelation beckons them onward, toward the next layer of history waiting to be uncovered. A cycle that seems destined to continue. With every brush of soil and every clink of metal, the story persists, inviting those brave enough to listen and learn. The past is alive, and its heartbeat resonates in the very soil beneath their feet, compelling them to seek answers that may forever change the course of understanding. Solomon stood on the balcony of his grand palace, the sun setting like a fiery orb over the horizon, casting long shadows across the golden city of Jerusalem. His heart weighed heavy with wisdom, the kind that had made him legendary, yet also lonely. The whispers of the people were like a gentle breeze, carrying tales of his unmatched intellect, but the depth of his understanding often left him isolated. Here was a king who had everything: wealth, power, and a mind sharper than the finest sword. But what did it mean to be wise among fools? In the annals of rabbinic literature, Solomon is not merely a king. He is a figure cloaked in layers of meanings and interpretations. Rabbis spun stories around his life, each thread pulled tight with moral lessons and deeper truths. They painted him as a man who could speak to animals, bend nature to his will, and understand the very language of the world. His wisdom was not just a gift. It was a burden that led him to question the very nature of existence. One story told of how Solomon was approached by a humble peasant, trembling with fear and excitement. "Your Majesty," the peasant had stammered, "what is the secret to true happiness?" Solomon, with his heart open but weary, had replied, "Seek understanding, for wisdom lies in knowing yourself." But the peasant left with more questions than answers, for what is understanding without the means to achieve it? The tale echoed through generations, reverberating in the hearts of listeners who felt the weight of Solomon's words but struggled with their meaning. Then there was the tale of the two mothers, each claiming the same child. Solomon, with his piercing gaze, proposed a test. The sword would divide the child in two. The crowd gasped, and the true mother's heart broke. In that moment, Solomon didn't just reveal the identity of the true mother. He showcased the depth of human love and sacrifice. The rabbis took this story and turned it into a lesson on justice and compassion, exploring how wisdom is not merely about knowing the right answer, but understanding the emotional truths that bind us all. Another rabbinic interpretation painted Solomon as a philosopher, a thinker who pondered the mysteries of creation. He wandered the gardens of his palace, conversing with plants and contemplating the stars. His prayers were not just rote recitations. They were heartfelt dialogues with the divine. The rabbis spoke of Solomon's yearning, portraying him not only as a man of power but a seeker of the sacred. They suggested that his wisdom was a reflection of his ability to listen to the whispers of the wind, the rustling leaves, and the quiet pulse of life around him. Yet, there were darker shadows cast upon Solomon's legacy. The rabbis did not shy away from the complexities of his life. In the Talmud, they discussed his numerous wives and the consequences of his choices. They portrayed the king as one who strayed from the path of righteousness, tempted by foreign gods and the allure of worldly pleasures. This tension between wisdom and folly, between knowledge and ignorance, stirred deep emotions. The audience sat on the edges of their seats, captivated by the roller coaster of Solomon's existence, where each triumph was met with the risk of devastating failure. One poignant lesson in rabbinic literature emphasized the fleeting nature of wisdom. It was told that as Solomon grew older, he reflected on his life, realizing that knowledge alone could not bring peace. In his quest for understanding, he had often overlooked the simple joys, the laughter of children, the warmth of friendship. The rabbis captured this bittersweet essence, reminding their listeners that wisdom must be balanced with humility, that true knowledge is steeped in the appreciation of life's smallest moments. Then there came the legend of Asmodeus, the demon who challenged Solomon's reign. The battle between them illustrated the constant struggle between good and evil, light and darkness. Asmodeus, cunning and clever, sought to unearth the king's flaws. The rabbis saw in this conflict a reflection of the inner struggles that each person faces. They wove the tale with vivid imagery, capturing the tension that lay in the balance of power. The audience could almost hear the clash of swords and the cries of anguish. They held their breath, hearts racing, as Solomon faced this formidable foe, embodying the eternal struggle that resides within every soul. Solomon's prayers were depicted as profound dialogues with the universe, filled with longing and yearning. The rabbis told of nights spent in quiet contemplation, where he pleaded for guidance and understanding. His words soared into the heavens, heavy with emotion, resonating with those who sought their own paths. It was in these moments that Solomon became a symbol of hope, reminding the people that wisdom is not just an intellectual pursuit, but a profound journey of the heart. Stories of Solomon in rabbinic literature often emphasized the importance of community. His wisdom was not solely his own. It was enriched by the voices of his people. The rabbis illustrated how he engaged with his subjects, listening to their woes and joys. The king's court became a crucible of ideas, where opinions clashed and flourished. This dynamic fueled the growth of a society that valued dialogue and understanding, showcasing the beauty of collaboration. And yet, as the tales unfolded, the shadows lengthened. The rabbis did not shy away from the consequences of Solomon's actions. His alliances through marriage, intended to bring peace, often led to strife. The tension between his role as a king and his personal life created ripples through the fabric of history. Each decision weighed on his soul, a constant reminder of the balance between duty and desire. As the people listened, they felt the pulse of history, the echo of choices made and paths taken. In this tapestry of Solomon's life, the emotions surged. Laughter mingled with tears, triumph was shadowed by sorrow, and wisdom was forever interwoven with the complexities of the heart. The rabbis, with their skillful storytelling, kept the audience on the edge, where each revelation led to new questions. What is wisdom without love? What is power without compassion? Solomon's life became a living testament to the intricate dance of human experience, leaving listeners breathless, yearning for more. The stories flowed seamlessly, each one leading to the next, as the legacy of Solomon continued to unfold, like the pages of a sacred scroll, whispering secrets that echoed through time. In a golden palace overlooking the shimmering waters of the Mediterranean, a young man sat on a throne adorned with jewels that sparkled like stars in the night sky. This was Solomon, whose very name whispered the promise of wisdom, wealth, and power. His eyes held the depth of the ocean, reflecting the ambitious dreams of those who sought his favor. It was said that the king of Israel had the ability to discern truth from deception, to transform conflict into harmony. But behind that regal exterior lay a vulnerability, an unquenchable thirst for understanding that drove him deeper into the mysteries of life. Every day the courtiers gathered around him, eager to bask in his brilliance. They marveled at the tales of his judgment, where he once proposed to cut a child in half to reveal the true mother, a story that echoed through the ages, imprinting itself on the hearts of people far removed from his time. It was more than a lesson. It was a declaration that wisdom must often come wrapped in the cloak of sacrifice. And as whispers of his extraordinary judgment spread across the lands, so did the reverence for his name, becoming a beacon for kings and queens seeking guidance. In distant lands, the Queen of Sheba embarked on her own journey, laden with gifts and questions, her heart filled with anticipation and trepidation. Would Solomon live up to the legends? Would he possess the insight she craved? Her caravan stretched across parched deserts, her thoughts swirling with the stories of his wealth, tales that spoke of gold and ivory, of palaces festooned with riches that seemed to defy imagination. She envisioned the opulence of his court, where the air was thick with the scent of exotic spices and the laughter of scholars debating philosophy echoed through the grand halls. When she finally laid eyes on Solomon, adorned in garments spun with the finest threads, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could this man truly embody all that was whispered about him? But as they exchanged words, her skepticism faded, replaced by awe. The way he spoke, with a voice as smooth as silk, drew her into a world where wisdom was not merely recited but lived and breathed. Solomon's laughter rang like a chime, filling the room with warmth, and the questions she posed unraveled into conversations that danced with insight and depth. The air crackled with electricity as Solomon revealed truths that lay hidden even in the darkest corners of the mind. He challenged her perceptions, opening her eyes to the intricacies of human nature. Each answer he gave, each story he told, resonated with the essence of life itself: love, betrayal, hope, and despair. It was not just knowledge. It was a tapestry woven from the fabric of experience. News of Solomon's wealth traveled like wildfire, igniting the ambition of kings and commoners alike. The opulence of his court became a canvas painted with vivid strokes of luxury. Gold flowed like water, and the architecture of his kingdom reached for the heavens, adorned with intricate carvings that told tales of gods and men. The very ground of Jerusalem was said to shimmer under the weight of his treasures. Yet, amid the splendor, a shadow flickered. Was this accumulation of wealth a blessing or a curse? As Solomon accumulated riches, he also faced the burden of leadership. The weight of his crown often pressed on his brow, turning moments of celebration into reflections of responsibility. With every decision came the potential for conflict. With every ally, the risk of betrayal. The court was rife with intrigue as jealous hearts schemed behind silken curtains. Even the wisest can find themselves ensnared by the very power they wield. And in the stillness of night, when all were asleep, Solomon would often gaze at the stars, grappling with the vastness of the universe and his place within it. A king, yes, but also a man searching for meaning beyond the gold and glory. In the hearth of his palace, storytellers gathered, spinning yarns that would echo through generations. They spoke of Solomon's famed proverbs, words so rich they could be tasted like honey, each one a jewel in the crown of human thought. A soft answer turns away wrath, they would say, and listeners leaned in, hearts beating in time with the rhythm of ancient wisdom. These sayings became the lifeblood of cultures, passed down from parent to child, each generation finding solace and strength in his words. But as the years flowed like the rivers that bordered his kingdom, Solomon faced a choice that would define his legacy. The pursuit of wealth and wisdom often walked hand in hand with the temptation of excess. He began to collect not just gold but wives and alliances, leading him down a path of complexity fraught with danger. In his quest to expand his kingdom's influence, he ventured into territories that demanded more than diplomacy. They demanded sacrifice. His heart, once a vessel of pure wisdom, began to waver under the weight of desire. And so, the stories took a darker turn. The king who once epitomized wisdom now stood at a crossroads, facing the unrelenting tides of fate. The whispers of the people grew louder, their faith in him tested as shadows gathered over his once bright throne. The very power that had elevated him was now a chain, binding him to choices that threatened to unravel the tapestry of his reign. The Queen of Sheba, now far away, often recalled their time together, the brilliance of his mind illuminating the darkest corners of existence. She remembered how they once laughed together, how he had ignited her passion for truth. But as the years passed, that laughter faded into a haunting echo, a reminder of the delicate balance between wisdom and folly. In the distance, a storm brewed. The very elements seemed to conspire, as if the heavens were warning Solomon of the impending tumult. The ancient scrolls spoke of the dangers that awaited those who lost their way, and those who had once sought his counsel began to turn away, disillusioned by the cracks in his facade. As twilight draped the land in shades of crimson, the stories of Solomon continued to ripple through time, weaving a narrative that fascinated hearts and minds across generations. Wealth and wisdom, power and vulnerability, each thread intertwined, creating a rich tapestry that resonated with humanity's eternal quest for understanding. The legacy of Solomon pulsed with life, echoing in the thoughts of philosophers, the dreams of rulers, and the hopes of the common man, leaving behind a legacy that was as complex as the man himself. And in that stillness, the shadows lengthened, hinting at the next chapter yet to unfold, a tale waiting to be told, where the echoes of Solomon's wisdom would collide with the realities of human ambition, drawing all who dared to listen into a world where destiny awaited just beyond the horizon. In the hushed corners of history, where whispers of faith intertwine with echoes of ancient kings, there lies a figure whose wisdom and legacy continue to resonate through the ages. Solomon, the revered king of Israel, stands as a towering emblem, not merely of wisdom but of divine connection. His influence stretches far beyond the pages of the Old Testament, weaving its way into the fabric of Christian theology, particularly within the New Testament. The very mention of his name stirs a flicker of intrigue, a sense of something profound waiting to be unearthed. In the New Testament, Solomon's shadow looms large, casting a warm glow on the discussions of faith, wisdom, and the kingdom of heaven. The Gospel of Matthew, for instance, offers a striking reference that leaves readers breathless. When Jesus speaks of the Queen of the South, who traveled from the ends of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon, it's not just a historical nod. It's a vivid portrayal that draws a line from the past to the present, inviting believers to understand the depth of what it means to seek wisdom. Each word hangs in the air, a challenge and a reassurance that the wisdom of God is not just for the pages of Scripture, but alive and beckoning today. The air crackles with anticipation as Jesus declares that something greater than Solomon is here. Those words rip through time, a bold proclamation that elevates his own identity while simultaneously honoring the legacy of Solomon. The crowd feels the weight of this statement, as if a divine truth has pierced their hearts. People lean in, eyes wide, grappling with the notion that the very wisdom Solomon sought and possessed is now made flesh in front of them. The atmosphere is electric, charged with a blend of awe and revelation. It's the kind of moment that leaves an indelible mark on the souls of those who witness it. As the pages turn, another striking reference appears in the Gospel of Luke, where Jesus speaks about the lilies of the field, declaring that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. The imagery is rich, bursting with life and simplicity, yet it holds a profound truth. Here, Jesus is not merely contrasting wealth but is inviting listeners to trust in the providence of God. The lush gardens of Solomon's palace pale in comparison to the innate beauty crafted by God's hands. This connection between nature and divine provision resonates deeply, stirring hearts to a restless longing for a relationship with the Creator. The echoes of Solomon's wisdom resound even in the letters of Paul, who writes of wisdom and knowledge, famously proclaiming that the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight. Here, the connection becomes palpable. Solomon, with all his wealth and wisdom, serves as a backdrop against which the radical teachings of Christ shine even brighter. The tension between human wisdom and divine insight creates an emotional current, pulling believers into a deeper reflection of what true wisdom means. It's a call to cast aside earthly aspirations and seek the eternal, an invitation that reverberates in the hearts of those who yearn for something more. The story deepens with the book of Hebrews, where the author speaks of Jesus as a high priest in the order of Melchizedek. This isn't just a theological statement. It's a bridge connecting the regal, priestly lineage of Solomon and his father David to the ultimate high priest, Jesus. This moment is filled with an intensity that makes hearts race. Solomon's legacy, rich in kingship and wisdom, now finds its fulfillment in Christ, the one who offers a new covenant. The audience grapples with the implications of this revelation, feeling the gravity of the moment as they consider what it means for their faith. As believers reflect on Solomon's life, they are drawn to the themes of searching, longing, and ultimately finding. His writings in Proverbs and Ecclesiastes serve as a guiding light, illuminating the path of wisdom that leads to understanding. The New Testament continually references this journey, urging the faithful to seek wisdom as their greatest treasure. In a world filled with distractions and desires, the call to wisdom resonates like a heartbeat, a reminder that there is a purpose beyond the mundane. The emotional pull is undeniable, urging people to pause and reflect on their own journeys of faith. In the midst of this exploration, the tension heightens as the story of Solomon intertwines with the life of Jesus. The two figures are not merely historical. They are connected by a thread of divine purpose. The wisdom that Solomon sought, the splendor he experienced, and the downfall he faced all serve as a mirror reflecting humanity's struggles and triumphs. As the New Testament unfolds, it beckons readers to confront their own hearts, asking whether they, too, will seek the greater wisdom that outshines all earthly accolades. Every reference to Solomon in the New Testament becomes a pulse, a heartbeat that propels the narrative forward. The emotions of hope, longing, and an insatiable quest for truth wrap around the heart like a warm embrace. The ancient king's story does not end with his life. Instead, it spirals into the life of Christ, whose own wisdom and teachings invite an ever-deepening relationship with God. The scene pulses with emotion as the faithful ponder their place in this grand narrative. The question lingers in the air: how do they fit into the legacy of Solomon and the wisdom of Christ? The New Testament doesn't just recount history. It ignites a flame of passion, urging each person to become a part of this unfolding story. It's a call to action, to reflect deeply on their own lives, and to see the connection between their own quests for wisdom and the ancient paths walked by Solomon and his successors. As the echoes of Solomon's influence reverberate through the New Testament, readers find themselves caught in a web of longing and discovery. Each reference, each allusion, opens the door to deeper understanding. The air is filled with a sense of urgency, a feeling that the search for wisdom and truth is not just a historical pursuit, but a living, breathing invitation to step closer to the divine. The narrative flows, seamlessly transitioning into the next chapter of Revelation, leaving hearts racing and minds hungry for more. In the hushed whispers of the desert night, a figure stood at the edge of a great palace, the moonlight glistening off its magnificent walls. This was no ordinary man. He was Solomon, the beloved prophet and king, whose heart beat in tune with the pulse of creation. His eyes, pools of wisdom reflecting both the heavens and the earth, held stories of wonder, power, and faith that echoed through centuries. Every step he took was a testament to his divine gift, the ability to converse with the birds and the beasts, the winds and the waters. The air around him crackled with energy. The very essence of existence seemed to obey his bidding. How could one man hold such power? It was whispered that his wisdom came not merely from learning but from a connection to the divine, a bond so strong that even the jinn feared to cross him. As Solomon walked deeper into the palace, adorned with jewels and shimmering fabrics, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The Quran portrayed him not just as a king but as a messenger, a bridge between the earthly realm and the celestial. His throne, a symbol of justice and authority, was said to be crafted with such artistry that even the sun seemed to dim in its presence. But it was not the opulence that defined Solomon. It was his relentless pursuit of truth, and the heart that sought to rule not just with an iron fist, but with compassion. The tales of his encounters with the Queen of Sheba swept through the annals of time, each retelling igniting the imaginations of those who heard them. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty and intelligence, a ruler in her own right. Their meeting was no mere exchange of gifts. It was a dance of minds and hearts, a collision of worlds. The Quran speaks of her journey, a testament to her courage and curiosity. Solomon, with his knowledge, dazzled her. Yet, it was their mutual respect that sparked a flame, a bond that transcended borders and beliefs. In the warm light of day, Solomon's court was a spectacle of harmony. Creatures of all kinds gathered at his call. Birds perched on his shoulders, while lions lay peacefully at his feet. His wisdom flowed like a river, quenching the thirst of those who sought guidance. Indecision melted away in his presence. Disputes were resolved, and harmony restored. The people revered him not out of fear but out of love and admiration. With each judgment he made, the bonds of community grew stronger, wrapped in the fabric of justice and fairness that he wove with each word. But every tale has its shadows. In the depths of his heart, Solomon battled the whispers of temptation. The Quran recounts how he was tested, not merely by the grandeur of his kingdom but by the allure of power itself. His devotion to God was both his strength and his vulnerability. The story of the two women who claimed a child, each one desperate to hold the infant close, would forever be etched in the memories of the people. Solomon, with his keen insight, sliced through the deceit with a single command: to divide the child. In that moment, the true mother revealed herself, her love stronger than the desire for power. This was the essence of Solomon, a king who understood the weight of sacrifice and the purity of a mother's love. But as the sun set, casting long shadows across the land, the tension thickened. Solomon's heart, so attuned to the divine, began to feel the weight of the world. The Quran reveals that he was granted the ability to understand the language of the jinn, and they swarmed around him, eager to serve. Yet, with such power came an insidious threat, the potential for arrogance. In the depths of his soul, he felt the pull of the darker forces, whispering sweetly of dominance and control. The struggle was palpable, a tempest brewing within the heart of a king who feared losing his way. His prayerful nights echoed with yearning for guidance, each plea reaching the heavens. He felt the burden of his role weighing heavily upon him, a reminder of the fragile balance between power and humility. The whispers of the jinn, once a source of strength, began to cloud his judgment. The Quran recounts how, even with a kingdom at his feet, Solomon faced trials that would shake the very foundation of his faith. He pondered deeply, the weight of the world resting upon his shoulders, unsure if he could rise to the challenge. Yet, through the darkness, a flicker of hope emerged. In moments of solitude, Solomon would find solace in nature, the rustling leaves, the chirping of the birds, and the gentle flow of the rivers. Each sound resonated with the divine symphony, reminding him of his purpose. The Quran captures his reflections, portraying a man who, despite his extraordinary gifts, remained humble, ever aware of the greater force that governed the universe. The stories of Solomon's life would ripple through generations, shaping the hearts and minds of millions. His legacy was more than that of a powerful king. It was one of faith, resilience, and the ceaseless pursuit of understanding. The whispers of his name beckoned to those who sought wisdom, urging them to look beyond the material and grasp the essence of existence. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Solomon stood once more at the edge of his palace, feeling the cool breeze kiss his skin. The night was alive with the sounds of creation, a reminder that he was part of something much larger than himself. With a heart full of gratitude, he raised his hands to the heavens, feeling the pulse of the universe in every fiber of his being. The stories, the trials, the victories, they all swirled around him, intertwining with the fabric of his existence. And in that moment, the boundaries between king and creation blurred. Solomon was not merely a figure etched in history. He was a beacon of hope, a testament to the enduring pursuit of truth and the divine connection that binds all of life together. The air shimmered with possibility, a silent promise that the journey was far from over, and that his story would continue to inspire those who dared to listen. A golden sun dipped low in the horizon, spilling hues of crimson and gold across the sky, much like the fabled wisdom that once streamed from the mouth of King Solomon. The very air crackled with a blend of anticipation and reverence, as the stories of this ancient monarch reverberated through the ages, echoing in the hearts of poets, painters, and playwrights alike. Solomon, the king known for his unmatched wisdom and grandiose tales, has inspired a canvas rich with deep emotion and raw power, his legacy woven into the fabric of literature and art. In the hands of artists and writers, Solomon became a symbol, a towering figure draped in robes of gold, seated upon a magnificent throne, surrounded by the whispers of those whose lives he touched with his profound insights. Each stroke of the brush, each line of the poem sought not just to tell his story but to spark a flame within the soul of the observer. The great Shakespeare, in his work, revealed the weight of Solomon's legacy through lines that shimmered with wisdom, offering glimpses of the struggles of human existence. Each character faced moral dilemmas, their fates intertwined with the essence of Solomon's teachings. Consider the haunting beauty of a painting by an unknown artist, its canvas filled with vivid colors that dance to life under the soft light of a gallery. The scene depicted Solomon judging two mothers, each claiming to be the true parent of a child. The tension was palpable, the emotion so raw that one could almost hear the heartbeat of the onlookers, captivated by the king's calm deliberation. The artist captured that moment where wisdom transcended earthly desires, revealing the truth hidden within the depths of human hearts. Gazing at the canvas, one felt a chill, a recognition of the heavy burden of choice and the fragility of love. Would they, too, have the courage to wield such wisdom? Through the ages, Solomon's story unfurled like an ancient scroll. In modern retellings, his character often bore the weight of humanity's flaws. The playwrights of today breathed life into him, showing his vulnerabilities. They depicted him not just as a wise ruler, but also as a man plagued by doubt, wrestling with the consequences of his choices. In a gripping contemporary drama, an actor stepped into the role, his voice quivering with emotion as he delivered a soliloquy filled with regret and reflection. The audience hung onto every word, hearts pounding, as he confronted the shadows of his own decisions, mirroring the timeless struggle between wisdom and folly. In poetry, Solomon became a metaphor for the quest for truth, a beacon of hope in the haze of confusion. Contemporary poets echoed the age-old themes of love and betrayal, wisdom and folly, drawing parallels between their lives and the king's trials. In verses that flowed like a river, they captured moments of doubt and clarity, their words wrapping around the reader like a warm embrace. The imagery sparked a sense of longing, a desire to find one's own path amidst the chaos of the world. Each stanza was a reflection of the soul's yearning for wisdom, akin to the lessons Solomon imparted centuries ago. As the whispers of Solomon's legacy echoed in modern art, the world began to recognize the depth of his influence. Street murals sprang to life in bustling cities, depicting scenes of judgment and justice. Artists transformed city walls into vibrant canvases that beckoned passers-by to reflect on their own lives. Those short moments of pause, standing before a mural splashed with colors of human emotion, made one feel connected to a history that was both ancient and modern. It was as if Solomon himself had stepped from the shadows, challenging each observer to contemplate their own decisions, their own wisdom. In the realm of music, Solomon's name resounded in the lyrics of songs that spoke of love lost and lessons learned. Modern artists channeled his essence, crafting melodies that resonated with the timeless struggle for understanding. Each note struck a chord deep within the listener's heart, evoking feelings of nostalgia and hope. The lyrics told stories of searching for truth, of love's complexities, and the burdens of choice that hung heavy in the air. They became anthems of a generation seeking clarity amidst the noise of the world, echoing the themes that Solomon embodied. Amidst these varied interpretations, the weight of Solomon's wisdom persisted like a beacon in the storm of life. He emerged not just as a figure from the past but as a guide for the present. In various corners of the world, people gathered in book clubs, their discussions animated as they dissected the intricacies of Solomon's life. Each anecdote shared was a thread woven into a communal tapestry of understanding, a rich narrative that transcended time. They marveled at how a king's quest for wisdom could still resonate within their struggles and triumphs. The theater became a stage for soulful exploration, with actors portraying Solomon's trials and tribulations, making the audience feel the weight of his crown. Each performance was a dance of emotion, a vivid portrayal of a king grappling with the consequences of his choices. In the hushed silence of the theater, hearts raced as the actors navigated the delicate balance of power and vulnerability, capturing the essence of what it meant to be human. Tension hung thick in the air, and with each scene, the audience was transported to a world where wisdom was both a gift and a curse. Through it all, Solomon's legacy thrived, a vibrant thread connecting the past to the present, weaving together tales of humanity's eternal quest for understanding. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows on the ground, the stories continued to resonate, echoing the urgency of truth and wisdom. The stage was set for the next chapter, where the emotions coursing through each interpretation would lead to a deeper exploration of Solomon's impact on modern existence, merging history and artistry in a way that left no soul untouched. In a sun-drenched courtyard of Jerusalem, the sound of laughter echoed through the air as Solomon, the wisest man of his time, sat surrounded by vibrant tapestries and the finest delicacies.
Vaderslid ep wat te hope, jy is so 'n brug het wat te belief, ant in taat hjertbeat of time, Josa veld a potent gonesteun witte hespiople, a bond ta transcende te vier of te inknov. Bid jest as gyklei, a saad of loom met onte horizon of ter achitement. Te wind siftet, swirling te dist of te desert aan karang witte tem whispers of enemies weiting jest by onte hellels. Te kananites weer 'n vier aan inheilding. Wil ty stand a chance against such formidable foes. Te drill of te moment waarvoor het as te realiteit of te battles aya triatene to krasse doven ipon temlik.
Within. On one,
Josua's hart raset tendering in his chest as te enormiteit of his neefrole weig het hy vier dan ever. Ever hy vaste dat loke toe het.
The Queen of Sheba, a woman who sought Solomon's wisdom, came bearing treasures that could rival the wealth of his own kingdom.
Afvire egniting witten, a richteus vierheid dat spoke of jaurage aan konfektion, erging hem toestand tal against te tide of vier.
The air crackled with anticipation as she approached, her intentions twinkling in her eyes. Was she there merely for wisdom, or was there a challenge hidden beneath her graceful demeanor? As they engaged in conversation, Solomon's mind raced. He admired her clever questions, each one a test of his famed wisdom. The two exchanged riddles and anecdotes, and with each moment, Solomon felt the intoxicating pull of her intellect. But beneath the surface of their banter, Solomon grappled with a creeping realization. Wisdom can be both a blessing and a curse. The glimmering gold of his kingdom seemed to pale in comparison to the emotional wealth he felt in her presence. Yet, that very wealth came with a price, a reminder of the delicate balance between his desires and his responsibilities. Days turned to weeks, and their discussions grew deeper, more intimate. The lines between admiration and obsession blurred. Solomon felt himself drawn into a web of emotions that made him forget the wisdom he so carefully wielded. The court buzzed with gossip, whispers of his growing infatuation that could threaten the stability of his realm. His heart raced with excitement, yet the looming potential for ruin hung over him like a dark cloud. Meanwhile, Solomon's own people began to feel the weight of his distracted reign. The lavish building projects, the construction of the magnificent temple, demanded incredible resources and labor. While the kingdom prospered, the cost of his obsessions began to seep into the lives of ordinary citizens. They toiled under the sun, their backs breaking under the weight of taxes that lined Solomon's coffers. The very people who had elevated him were beginning to question the fairness of a king who seemed more consumed by personal ambition than the welfare of his subjects. In a moment of startling clarity, Solomon found himself standing alone on the balcony of his grand palace, gazing across the shimmering waters of the Mediterranean. The horizon whispered promises of greatness, yet his heart felt heavier than the golden crown upon his head. With wealth came isolation. With wisdom came the burden of knowing too much. In that moment, he realized that the greatest lesson of all was learning to balance the gifts he had been given with the responsibilities he owed to his people. As he wrestled with these thoughts, a figure emerged from the shadows, his trusted advisor, Nathan. Nathan, the prophet who had long guided Solomon's decisions, sensed the turmoil swirling within his king. "Your Majesty," he began, his voice steady yet filled with concern. "Wisdom untempered can lead to folly. You stand at a precipice, and I fear for what lies ahead if you do not heed the warnings of your heart." For a brief moment, Solomon considered Nathan's words. Could it be that his insatiable desire for wisdom had led him astray? The very source of his power now threatened his kingdom. He was torn, caught between the allure of the Queen of Sheba's wisdom and the cries of his people who needed their king to remain grounded. In the days that followed, Solomon's heart was a battlefield. The queen returned to her land, leaving behind a lingering shadow of doubt. Solomon found himself wandering the palace halls, contemplating the fine line between wisdom and pride. His wealth felt like chains, dragging him down into despair, as he realized that human fallibility was a part of the very essence of life. Each choice he made had consequences, not just for himself but for an entire kingdom that looked to him for guidance. As tensions mounted, a new challenge arose. A rival kingdom threatened war, emboldened by rumors of Solomon's distracted leadership. The sound of clashing swords loomed on the horizon, and the smiles of his court turned to anxious faces. Solomon felt the walls closing in. The very stability he had worked so hard to build was at risk of crumbling around him. He was caught in a storm of his own making, and the stakes had never been higher. War drums echoed in the distance, a relentless reminder of his responsibilities as a king. Solomon, in a moment of desperation, turned to the ancient scrolls of wisdom that had guided him through the years. Yet, as he read the words, he felt a choking realization wash over him. Wisdom was not just about knowing the right answers, but also understanding the weight of each decision and the heart of the people he served. With the tension palpable in the air, Solomon gathered the leaders of his kingdom, his voice steady yet filled with the weight of his choices. We stand on the brink of conflict, but together we can harness our wisdom and our strength. Let us not fall into the trap of pride, but instead unite as one people. For our kingdom is more than just a crown or treasure. It is our shared fate. As his words echoed through the chamber, a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of those present. Yet, the battle for his kingdom was just beginning, a war that would demand not only his wisdom but also his soul. The lessons from Solomon's life were unfolding in ways he could never have anticipated, a harrowing reminder that even the wisest of kings must confront the depths of their humanity. The story was far from over. It spiraled into the next chapter, a relentless cycle of ambition, vulnerability, and the quest for redemption, where every moment held the potential for both triumph and tragedy. In a world where legends whisper through time, the name Solomon resonates with a magnetic pull that transcends centuries. A king who wore a crown forged in wisdom, he stands as a beacon of justice, power, and intellect. Picture Jerusalem, a jewel of a city bathed in the golden glow of the sun, its streets echoing the footsteps of merchants, scholars, and seekers of truth. The air is thick with anticipation as tales of Solomon's wisdom ripple through the market squares, captivating hearts and igniting minds. Long after the dust of his reign settled, his influence continued to shape the fabric of civilization. Kings and commoners alike turned to his parables and proverbs, each word a thread in the tapestry of human thought. The stories of his discernment, like the moment he suggested splitting a baby between two mothers, are more than mere fables. They are the pulses of morality that beat through the ages. It is here, in the heartbeat of culture, that Solomon's legacy finds its eternal dwelling. Across the ancient world, his name became synonymous with wisdom. The Greeks, with their philosophers and poets, looked to him for inspiration. Solomon's proverbs infiltrated the minds of those seeking clarity in confusion, shaping ethical frameworks and guiding leaders in their decision-making. In the bustling streets of Athens, a young thinker recited Solomon's words, igniting debates that would change the course of philosophy. As empires rose and fell, Solomon's wisdom remained a guiding star. The Egyptians, with their pyramids reaching skyward, were drawn to the stories of his unparalleled wisdom. They wove his tales into their own lore, blending cultures as they passed down the essence of his teachings. In the grandeur of their temples, priests would invoke Solomon's name in rituals, seeking divine approval for their lives. Each utterance of his name echoed through the corridors of history, a reminder of the power of knowledge and understanding. The legacy of Solomon wasn't confined to the dusty pages of history. In the hearts of people, it sparked revolutions of thought. The Jewish tradition held him close, drawing from his teachings within the sacred texts. The Talmud reverberated with his insights, guiding generations in matters of ethics, law, and community. Every Shabbat, families would gather, their conversations dancing around the wisdom of the king, intertwining faith and morality in a way that made the essence of Solomon alive in their homes. But the influence didn't stop there. In distant lands, where distant cultures thrived, the echoes of his teachings found a place. The Quran honored Solomon as a prophet, a wise ruler whose story painted the landscapes of faith for Muslims. His gifts and judgments became an emblem of justice, celebrated in verses that bound the communities together in shared reverence. Kings in Persia adorned their courts with the tales of Solomon, his wisdom a coveted treasure that inspired governance and leadership. Artistry flourished under the shadow of his legend. Painters and architects drew from his well of inspiration, creating breathtaking pieces that immortalized his image. The magnificent Alhambra in Spain whispered of Solomon's court, its intricate designs reflecting the beauty and complexity of his reign. Artists poured their emotions into canvases, capturing the essence of wisdom and strength, encapsulating Solomon's spirit in brushstrokes that would outlast time itself. As the medieval period unfolded, the stories of Solomon morphed yet again, woven into the fabric of Christian thought. The Bible illuminated his life, portraying him as not just a king but a complex individual, whose choices led to both triumph and turmoil. The moral lessons embedded in his narrative became a guiding light for those seeking redemption and understanding of their own human nature. The parables were discussed in monasteries, debated in halls of learning, and sung in the churches, reverberating through the ages with an unyielding intensity. Throughout Africa and beyond, the tales of Solomon took on a life of their own, transformed by cultural lenses that shaped their meaning. The kingdom of Ethiopia claimed him as an ancestor of their royal line, while the legends of the legendary Queen of Sheba blossomed, intertwining with their history and identity. Each retelling breathed new life into his story, reflecting the richness of the cultures that embraced him. Solomon became a bridge, connecting disparate lands through shared narratives of wisdom and authority. As the Enlightenment dawned, thinkers turned once more to Solomon, his writings redefining the pursuit of knowledge. The Age of Reason found solace in his teachings, intertwining the quest for truth with the acknowledgement of human emotion and experience. In lecture halls, the relevance of Solomon's wisdom ignited discussions on governance, ethics, and the very essence of what it means to be human. His legacy became a touchstone for those striving to create a world grounded in wisdom, justice, and empathy. In the modern era, Solomon's shadow persists, his influence seen in the decisions of leaders and the aspirations of everyday people. The wisdom he imparted still guides many in their struggles and triumphs. From boardrooms to classrooms, his teachings serve as a reminder that wisdom is not merely the accumulation of knowledge, but the ability to understand and share in the human experience. His story is woven into the fabric of humanity, a thread that binds us all as we seek meaning in our lives. And yet, as the world spins onward, his legacy continues to evolve, waiting for the next generation to breathe new life into his teachings. In every corner of the globe, from bustling cities to quiet towns, the name Solomon still invokes curiosity and reflection. The enduring nature of his wisdom is like a river that flows, shaping the land through which it travels, carving new paths for those willing to embrace its depths. In the stillness of the night, when the world quiets down, one can almost hear the echoes of his voice, urging the next generation to seek knowledge, instill justice, and nurture compassion. As the moon casts a soft glow on the ancient city of Jerusalem, it seems as if Solomon himself watches over, his presence a reminder that wisdom is not just a relic of the past, but a living, breathing element that continues to inspire and transform. The tale of Solomon does not end. It merely transitions, inviting all who yearn for understanding to step into the light of his enduring legacy, where history and culture intertwine in a dance that will never fade.